I'm just being a nerd. Um, that was my purple piccolo. I love her. We're gonna name her. Help me. You know what? By the end of this stream, we're gonna come up with a name for my purple piccolo. I haven't decided. Um, Baby Kadira thinks I should name her Tinkerbell, and I'm just, grow up, Baby Kadira. But yeah, it's like she's so pretty. She's oh, oops, I was playing B flat. Sorry. Yeah, she's nice if I hit the proper notes. I'm in love with my purple piccolo. Made in Taiwan, I think. And it's not what you think. It's not a situation where like, oh, made in Taiwan. It's they are like they're made out of a particular kind of composite that gives it like that nice. I mean, she doesn't sound like a piccolo. She sounds like she's made of wood. And that's because there is wood in the composite. It's definitely got like a polymer as well. So it feels kind of plasticky. But aside from it feeling plasticky, it also looks like wood and like a little bit feels and sounds like wood. And then when you blow through her, she sounds like wood, and that's the nicest part, because wooden piccolos give that nice warm breathy sound, which is perfect for the kind of music I like to play. She still is very bright in her upper register, so if I ever wanted to play with an orchestra, she would be prepared. But most of my music playing is by myself with like guitars and piano and other flutes and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, that's my piccolo. For a little bit, I'm not going to be looking at the chat because I'm waiting for. I have so much going on today. I'm waiting for packages from Amazon. I am like, because I have so much going on, I'm super like being a lazy bum, and I ordered my fucking shopping because David's at work and la la la. So I was just like, I don't feel like going anywhere. I don't feel like doing anything that I don't have to do like here in my home. So yeah, so I'm being productive. I'm getting stuff done, but I'm waiting for a couple of things. I mean, I ordered the babies like this gel heating thing that you can heat in the microwave. It stays producing warmth for 10 hours plus, and that's roughly the amount of time that I'm away at work. And I'm away at night most of the time, like between David and I alternating. The house stays relatively warm, but there's some overlap, and then we like it different degrees of warm and cold. So I just thought, it would be so lovely if I get my babies all prepared for winter and just get them warm stuff. So they have the heating pad, then they have like a little bed that is supposed to absorb and reflect heat, and I got them a super mega cute lavender stars and moons baby blanket. So what I'm gonna do is and I got them a new squishmallow bed. They got the big purple cow, and I got them the big dog size so that the three of them can snuggle together. So the plan is to put the big squishmallow down on the ottoman in the office, because it's the perfect size, And then I'm going to put the heating gel pack down. Then I'm going to put the heat reflecting bed on top of the heating gel pack. And then I'm going to put the baby blanket on top of that. And then it's like a perfect nice little bed, and it's self-heating, and the babies will love it. And yeah, so I spoil my babies, and it makes me happy to spoil. Like, it genuinely makes me happy to do things that I think will make them happy, and then to see them be comfortable just brings so much warmth and joy to my heart. So yeah, anyway, we are we're still in Liurnia, I think, is where we're focusing for now. You know what, I'll just go to the chat and I'll just periodically check. I have a neighbor who thinks that, I mean, she's not wrong, that David and I are never home. And if she sees that we get packages and stuff, she doesn't pay attention to whose vehicles are outside or anything like that. She just snatches them and then texts me and is like, I picked up your packages. Like, lady, stay off my porch. But I don't actually tell her not to do it because sometimes it is helpful. So I just don't say anything. But I'm hoping to snag my packages before she does. But anyway, it's not a big deal either way. So I'm just going to join the my own live stream. Who am I watching here? Oh, I thought I was watching myself, but I'm watching Saint Riot. Okay. Here we go. Hi guys. So today, sorry, I'm telling you all about my personal shit today. But yes, you know how I like to catch you guys up on what I'm doing. And also tonight I'm gonna tell me what you guys think about this. It could be a disaster, but I was thinking, so sometimes when I make chicken Alfredo, the way that I make it is very not Italian, because Alfredo is literally just like 3 ingredients, right? And when you add chicken to it, you just cook the chicken however you're going to cook the chicken, and you add it to it. The way that I do my chicken Alfredo, no, I don't watch my own content. Well, specifically, there was an issue with my last stream that someone brought to my attention. And so I listened back to it, and I noticed a couple of different things that happened. I feel like, first of all, and I'll take full accountability, and I did apologize to him, but first of all, I felt like I was a little bit unfair to Colt, and this is, nobody said anything. I noticed it by myself. I feel like I was a little bit, I feel like when it comes to Colt, I'm defensive. And I feel like the reason why I'm like that is because he represents, like, I don't know, a type of person that I'm very protective of my section of the my community, very protective of like that type of person. And we don't know him, so when he comes off as like slightly abrasive or aggressive, my instincts are like, this fucker, you know? So all he was doing was contributing to the conversation in the chat, and I was instantly like just kind of bitter toward him, and I don't think that that's fair. I think some, levying warranted criticisms at someone is fair. Levying criticisms at someone that are born of your fear of them or your like uncertainty surrounding them is unfair. So I just wanted to establish that I realized that I was a little bit defensive toward Colt, but and I did apologize to him, but I also know that he can be a little bit abrasive. So it's kind of like a it's a delicate high wire game, and I just I want to make sure that I'm being my best self in this moment, so that we can find a common ground and be like cohesive and work together and all of that. Because while my community is a safe space for us, I also want my community to be warm and welcoming to everyone, so long as it remains a safe place for us first and foremost, if that makes sense. So I also wanted to be a safe place for people like, you know, Cult, for example. So I just felt like I owed him an apology. So that's why I was listening back to it. But as I was listening to it, I noticed some other things. And while I was noticing some other things, I also noticed, like, how adorable you are, Spud. You're just adorable. So, let me read the chat. Chicken Alfredo is creamy pesto with chicken. Yes, it is. Yeah, I tried to give Colt benefit of the doubt because to me he doesn't really come off as abrasive. Maybe a bit, but I don't really mind. Yeah, Paolo, and do you know why I think that is? I think it's because, like, I think it has something to do with communities that you engage with. And I know that you engage with some communities that I don't. And so I think, like, your level of, like, perceiving people as abrasive or not is a little bit different than mine. And I think that's why, like, to you, he's, like, just chill. But to me, he's, like, a little bit standoffish. And I think part of that is also my defensiveness. So anyway, it was important to me to recognize that, to look objectively at my own behavior so that I can be fair towards someone in my community. And all of that. So I try to be mature, and I try to be objective, and I try to be a good, kind person, no matter what's going on. So that was part of that, and then that was just something else that happened, and I think some things were misconstrued. So I was listening back to make certain that number one, that I could see how those things got misconstrued, and number two, that I could make certain that when I approach this person and tell them everything's okay, that it truly is. So that's all. And it was just because it was a very emotional stream. But as far as I see it, like, I'm not upset with anyone. And I don't think anyone did anything wrong. So what I was doing was just, I was looking back objectively, so that I could be certain that I treat the situation fairly. And I'm really, like, going over the top and over explaining everything, and I do that, and I'm so sorry, I'm autistic. But that's what I was doing. That's why I was listening back to my own stuff. But I really, you know, I like Colt. I want him to engage here. I want him to feel safe here. I want him to feel comfortable here, just like all the rest of us. So long as all the rest of us also feel that way. So, anyway, moving on. Chicken Alfredo. So when I make chicken Alfredo, I don't do it like the standard Italian way. Like, if Italians saw me make chicken Alfredo, they would be dismayed. And the reason why is because I cook my chicken however I want to, and when I make chicken, it's very sort of like East Asian inspired. I love Thai food, I love Korean food, and I love, like, yeah, I love Thai and Korean food and Chinese food, and I'm talking traditional stuff, not the, like, westernized you know, restaurant stuff. So the way I prepare my chicken, you know, it always has, like, soy sauce and, you know, spices. It's always kind of like, it has just a little bit of kick to it, and I really like that. So that's the way I prepare my chicken, and I add that to my Alfredo. But the thing is, I make my Alfredo from scratch, and I love seasoning a pan. Like, I can't cook without seasoning a pan. So, so you're not supposed to do that when you make Alfredo, though. Like, so anyway, the way that I do it is literally I use shallots, and I use garlic, and I use green onion. And you're not supposed to use any of that in Alfredo, but I use it along with nutmeg and a little bit of curry powder. And I'd always been doing that just a little bit, but I was like, what if I What if I turn Alfredo into like curry Alfredo? And it sounds fucking incredible. So literally today I'm gonna go all in with the curry and the nutmeg and the, you know, the caramelized shallots and, you know, some yeah, it really is funky. But that's where I like to make my Alfredo because it's so tasty that way. And I don't know, it's just it's really delicious. So I just thought that if I kind of lean into it instead of just because what I was doing is doing just a hint of these flavors in my Alfredo. And I was like, what if I just go like balls out, you know, tits out, just fucking do it. Just lean into it. Just be like, yeah, this is my fucking curried Alfredo. Yeah, Alfredo sauce is like it's like a Parmesan cheese sauce. And the way that I make it is with Parmesan and Asiago and Romano cheeses, and sometimes I throw other cheeses in there too sometimes, but that's what I'm using today, those cheeses. And I'll just, like I said, I'll go in with the curry, go in with the nutmeg, go in with the green onions and the shallots and the garlic, lots of garlic. I love garlic. And black pepper and probably a wee bit of Korean pepper flakes or something. Something to give it like just a kick. I just love a kick. And of course you heard the way I prepare my chicken. I always put it in like a marinade of soy sauce, and sometimes I'll put like hot sauce in there or something, and then I'll put like paprika and black pepper and red pepper flakes and oregano and stuff like that. Just put all that stuff in there and let the chicken sit in that. And oh, and of course freshly chopped garlic. You can't have a marinade without that. So I put all that stuff in there and just let the chicken kind of sit in that while I'm doing other things. And then I cook my chicken like literally in the same thing that it was marinating in. And it's just so fucking good. And then when the chicken's done cooking, then I add it to the cheese sauce that I made. And the noodles are the last thing that I add to the whole thing. And it's just so delicious. And so today I'm experimenting and just like kicking up the infusion. But anyway, Korean rosé sauce. Ooh, it's used in tteokbokki and other noodle dishes. That sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah, it does sound like adobo a bit. And literally it's inspired by those kinds of recipes. Like I said, it's like the way I prepare chicken is very Eastern Asia infused for sure, like inspired for sure. Marinate meat in soy bin herbs, then cook. Yeah, 100% adobo, 100%. So so anyway, back to the game, the depravity. Like the name of this stream, the depths of depravity. What I'm talking about in regards to the depths of depravity is, so everyone here knows the Mimic Lord, right? Do you guys know who the Mimic Lord is? I'm sure I don't have to tell you. Declare who you know to be the Mimic Lord. Declare in the chat. Who's the Mimic Lord? Come on, wake up. Who's the Mimic Lord? That's correct. Jack is the Mimic Lord. And I might die in a second, because I'm just going in. But Jack is the Mimic Lord, and he is doing a thing like we know him to do. And oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm distracted by my combat. Jack is the Mimic Lord, and Jack is doing a thing. And yeah, Alfredo does kind of look like carbonara. In fact, I've always looked at carbonara and thought, oh, that looks like Alfredo, because I was introduced to Alfredo first. But anyway, so Jack is doing a thing. Jack is on an adventure. Jack is going down a path. And because my community is basically a spin-off of Jack's community, proudly, by the way, I'm not ashamed of that, I'm proud of that, but because that's who I am, and he's my friend, and he's doing a thing, I wanted my streams to start, maybe being like supplementary to the journey that he's taking his viewers on, without sniping his content. So instead of me talking about exactly the same things he's talking about, I'm going to be focusing on, like yesterday it was all about mimics. Today it's all about how the lore in this game is so heartbreakingly visceral and depraved and disgusting and horrifying. Like the themes and the depth of horror that the characters in this world must be experiencing is beyond just like, you know, I don't know, Mordor looks like child's play by comparison. It's a horrifying world with all manner of predators in it. And so what I wanted to do today is kind of highlight those aspects of the world, and in particular point out some things without pointing out exactly everything that I know Jack is going to be pointing out. So let's see what you say. I mean, if I walked in a mesh like that, I'd already be having a bad day. Yeah, 100%. Oh, thank you, Spud. Thank you guys for noticing. Yeah, it's been that way for a few days now, which is lovely. It's nice to have people actually tuning in. And to see that I'm growing a wee bit, because I think like a month or two ago, I was like 230 subscribers. So I've gained like 30 subscribers, which is really cool, really nice. Oh, Spud moments. Okay, Marsh. Yeah, definitely, 100%. But the kind of things that I want to point out are more directly. For example, Godric the Grafted. Like we already know from like when we are there that this is a person who is vying for power that is not inherently an aspect of his being. So instead, he wants to steal power from others by grafting them onto himself. So his power is literally that he can graft people onto himself. And now he's victimizing all of these tarnished, these people that are coming back into the world who have strong bodies. He's, imagine that in real life. Imagine the horror of like the butcher house that is, and imagine the analog to real life, because in real life we have people that do this. They just don't do it literally the same way, and these people are warlords, people that want you to send your brother and your son and your father and your husband and your wife and your daughter and your sister and your aunt and your uncle into war, to fight for them. Give them your strength, give them your power, give them your life for things that have nothing to do with them. They ride on the shoulders of the strength of the people below them who they exploit. And if we lived in this world, looking at that castle would be rather akin to looking at something like, Draculia's castle or someone else like that. It's horrifying to think of like the way these things literally are. And I think that in a game setting like this, when we're so used to like just kind of playing through the game and defeating our enemies and like learning their moves and then defeating them and stuff, we forget that this game is an analogy for real events that really do happen to people. For example, like Caelid is literally like, Miyazaki is Japanese. When George wrote the game, we know that he wrote Miquella and Melania in a particular way. One of the things that Miyazaki even said in an interview is that George didn't write Melania as a Hiroshima bomb. That was something that Miyazaki added. Literally, if you go to Caelid, it's like it's analogous to that bit of history, which is heinous. It's the gods doing the things that the gods do at the expense of the people that inhabit their world. And not just the people, but the environment and the animals that live there. Godric is this one spiteful little turd. He is so jealous of the tarnished and insecure, even though he is a demigod, albeit a weak one, that has harnessed tarnished strength to be seen as worthy. Melania stomp him. 100%. 100%. But none of the demigods are innocent of doing harm, in spite of their intentions. Melania has her knights that are so loyal to her that they would carry her on foot from here all down the Golden Road, all the way back to the Halig Tree. So that's them following this path. Maybe they went this way. We don't really know which path they took, but they probably went through Raya Lucaria, because you don't have to go through the actual castle to use the road. You just go up this way. Then you go up here. Then you go up the lift. Then you go here through the capital of Lanedale. And you go through here. Then you go across the mountain pass. And you go through here, across this, and you go through here, through all of this stuff, and then you go here. And that's how you get to the Halig Tree. Finlay, I think is her name. Finlay, her loyal knight, carried her all that way, injured and broken, after she exploded. So my point in pointing this out is that I can't see Finlay doing that because she is someone who is like obsequious. I can't see her doing that because she's someone who is subservient. I see her doing that because she is loyal and she loves Melania. And the way that you build that kind of loyalty and love when you can't compel people the way that Mikola can is probably from lived experiences, probably from mutual respect, probably because, you know, on the human level, outside of geopolitics, outside of gods doing god things, they had a bond that was strong and they loved and respected each other. And so it speaks highly not only of Finlay's character, but also of Melania, that Finlay would be willing to do such a heroic thing, such an intense feat of not only loyalty, but you know, it's a physical thing that she did. So it speaks highly of Melania and her knights. So now we know the quality of person that they are. They aren't just heinous, horrible people, but they had a goal. They had a vow to be loyal to. Melania was part of the vow with Mikola and Radon. And the reason why I feel strongly about that is because why else would she be there, first of all? Secondly, because Mikola says in the one thing, the one aspect of himself that he holds on to the very end until we slay him, the one memory that he never surrendered to the Erdtree, is him on his knees pleading, if we keep our end of the vow, please be my promised consort. And I believe that their end of the vow was giving him a new body, and they could do that by relying on the tarnished, the Lord of the Old Order, to do what the Lord of the Old Order does at Marika's behest. So the Lord of the Old Order is us, basically killing all the demigods. So Mikola relies on us to do that, so that Melania could give Radon an honorable death. But now Melania and Radon have both failed. Mikola can't cure Melania. They both kind of need an honorable death. Here comes the Tarnished, capable of delivering an honorable death to both Radon and Melania and Mohg. And then Mikola can take Radon and put him in Mohg's body. And, like, you can cry, boo-hoo, that's so sad, how humiliating to Mohg. Fuck Mohg, he's dead. And not only did we kill Mohg, but we dabbed on his corpse, we stripped him of his clothes, we took his staff, we took his spells, and we took his gold. I think we are more disrespectful. So, boo-hoo, wear hair. I don't care. Go cry. Go cry, Ansbach. I don't care. What I do care about is that it's clear that Mikola and Melania were willing to go to tremendous lengths and make tremendous sacrifices of other people against their will in order to fulfill this vow. that they saw was more important than the people who still inhabit this broken world. Yes, Mo can go suck a lemon. Just because someone compels you to love them doesn't mean you have to, like, I don't know, be sussy. Where is a therapist in this world? 100% Spud. So, so these are the types of things that I want to talk about today. And I'm gonna open my chat again. So you, especially for tweaks, because I love hearing my chosen sibling talk about the law. But I'm gonna open the chat for all of you to join me in the conversation because I love doing this, and I think you guys like it too. And it's fun to hear people's perspectives, and I don't know, it's a good time. So I'm going to open the chat. So for those of you who want to join in and share your ideas about the depths of depravity in this world that we occupy, in the lands between, beyond the fog, then pop in the voice chat. Let's talk about it. Sorry, I was distracted by Nameless Singer. Just so you guys know, I've become such fast friends with Nameless Singer. I'm like constantly chatting to this girl. She's incredible. So, if you guys are wanting more candid Nameless Singer content, it's likely to happen. She is likely to appear in the chat and be accessible for us to talk to her about stuff. Which is really exciting because I also got like some kind of behind the scenes look at some of her ideas, and she's a genius, you guys. It's not just her videos coming across that way, like she literally is a genius. She's an incredible woman. I encourage you guys to interact with her and to welcome her warmly into our community like I know you already have. She's a wonderful person, and I think she'll be an incredible addition to our little community. So I'm excited to know that you know, there's a friendship between she and I blossoming, and that we're all gonna have access to such a brilliant mind to talk about the law with. But yes, the Discord chat is open. You guys are welcome to join. I don't know where this teleporter takes me. I'm just fucking doing it. Ooh, grilled cheese. See, I don't do grilled cheese the way other people do it either. And oh no, not Rhea Lucaria. I hate that it brought me here. Now is everything over there going to be respawned? I think it is. Press A to get her dialogue. Yes, please come over here. Press A to speak with Nameless Singer. But yeah, it's exciting to have access to people like Kite Tails and Jack and Nameless Singer and Scummage Infa. Like, we have such an amazing community of lore creators. A human Justicar. Like, it's exciting. You know what? There's nothing I love more than crashing into these crystals. I love this sound for some reason. I need to find more. Here's some. Don't you guys love that sound? there no more?
Hello.
Fine, I'm coming, I'm coming. The creamy cheese with the bread. Here's another example of the depths of depravity. Who or what is this girl?
Hello.
And is
It's
she
rather
natural,
chilly here,
or is she
isn't
someone's
it?
experiment?
My mistress sent me off on an errand, but I was accosted by a ruffian.
Not a
And now I'm in
ruffian.
a bind. Could I ask you lend a hand? Perhaps. That thug made off with a precious necklace. I need someone to retrieve it. Only, he too is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another.
Oh my goodness, Spud.
Oh, thank you dearly. What a blessing that we've met like this.
She does.
The
I
thug
mean,
should be resting at an abandoned
is she though?
home
Is
down the way.
she natural,
Please,
or
I
is she
must have
like
the
a
necklace
a
back.
weird hybridized? Oh. Oh, holy shit! I just noticed
The
something.
thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back.
Do you guys see? Do you see the floor inside of this gazebo? This floor is from the DLC. This floor is from the Rao ruins. Only instead of a statue like this, with an obvious new like statue on top of this old pedestal. Can you see how the statue is new compared to the pedestal and the floor? Or maybe it just looks that way. It's possible it just looks that way. But that's normally where, like, in the Rao ruins, there's that invisible bridge, and you run to the center of that big, like, hexagonal room, and the floor looks like this. I don't know what to call this thing. But not only that, but it also has the same shape above, which Jack and Scum have both pointed out. Like, it has that. It's giving Rao, you guys. It's giving Rao ruins. But they pointed out the top. I'm pointing out the floor on the inside. Like, it's consistently Rao ruins-esque. I wonder what these patterns here look like. Squiggles. And would you say that's like a sun? Or flowers? Yes, what if they were tower tops? Really, truly. Interesting to think about. And I've never really had like a good look at these before. But I look at the floor a lot. I do that in real life and in the game. I just stare at the floor. I don't know why. But that's what made me realize that, like, the way this floor looks, like the brickwork and the way it's laid out is it's giving Rao ruins quite a lot. So yeah, I really like it. And I've never really had a good look at this dress either. But we know that this is like a noble woman's dress. And I wonder what these symbols are on the bottom. Oh, her little shoes. Look at her wiggling little feet. Oh, she's trembling. She probably is trembling because She really is trembling. Like, look at her hand. And I imagine if you're from a volcano, it's cold up here. But she really is trembling. Look at her. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if she doesn't have golden eyes. Not really. But that's kind of cool. Like, look at her trembling hand, you guys. She is also a transformed snake. Do you think it takes like some measure of physical and mental control to maintain the skin change? That's a cool thought. She is cute. She's cute and innocent. You know, 'cause snake. 100% black man. 100%. Alright, so now we need to go find... what's his face? Who I think is off in this direction, right? Let's see. He's like right... he's right here, I think, right? Oh, there's a Grace up there. Should probably get that Grace because it's really close. Ew, look at all the what's happening? Oh my god. Not by myself. Twigs! Ah! Oh. Yay, we did it. Let's see. She needs to bask in sun like a reptilian state. Yes. We love her. We do. Probably take some mind. I'll give her my hand. Kate, are you any close to figuring out why our maiden died, despite the lack of death? Ooh, more depravity. I'm assuming that what may have happened... Okay, so the only other time we see a body like that is when we see Selene in the witch down here. What's it called? The witch's hut or some shit. It's called Witchbane Ruins. The only other time we see bodies just kind of slumped over and dead like that is when they've had their soul removed. Right? Right? So I think the reason why we see a lot of people with, because all throughout this world, even though there's no death, you have like these figures, mostly noblemen, who are like just sat here like, and then it looks like they just died that way. And a lot of them are just petrified. But they can't die because there is no death in the world. My theory on the reason why it's like that is because someone didn't just kill their body, someone removed their runes from their body, like their life force from their body. It's the only thing that really makes sense to me. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. The frenzy flame kind of consuming the soul. But what doesn't make sense is, okay, so when we're talking about the frenzy flame, we know that the frenzied flame burns souls and all this other stuff. Do we have any evidence whatsoever that the frenzied flame burns anything other than people's minds and souls? Is there anywhere in the game where frenzied flame has physically burned something down? Do you guys know? Because I don't think there is an example of frenzied flame having burned anything down.
What are you looking at? You trying to start something, mate? That necklace, what you're
The
after,
ending is the only thing, but the thing about the ending is
show
it's
me
so
what it's worth to you, and I'll consider parting ways with it. I'm not in love with it or
abstract.
nothing. You're a shrewd one, Chief. First, you hand me the runes. You
Yeah.
don't try nothing.
So I'm starting to wonder if frenzied flame only burns the mind and the soul. The mind where the soul resides. What do you guys think?
All right. Take it.
Nobody's gonna
Things
join
are
me in
no
the
damage
chat.
to anyone anyway. Your bloody idea, mate. Don't come crying to me later.
Yes, but that tower is in ruins. It's not scorched. There's nothing about that area, which we're going to go to that area today, by the way. But there's nothing about that area that suggests that it's been scorched or burned. Oh no, Tweaks. Oh no. Not that game. Wait, can I knock these over? Yay! I feel like a bowling ball and I just ran into some pins. Oh wow, the loot just stayed there. Just stayed. There it is. Ooh, roses. I actually left to work early today because I'm a little sick. So after I eat and clean up a little, I can jump in the VC. Yay! I'm excited for that. Minecraft. LOL. Yes, we'll just say it's Minecraft. Well, hello again, little girl.
The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back. Oh, yes. That is my missing necklace. Thank you kindly. I am in your debt. Did I forget to announce myself? I am Raya, in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor. I seek stalwart Tarnished, who might join our house. You are very brave yourself. Not only a steady hand, but a steady heart. Merciless, even to your own kind. Such strength is precisely what my mistress seeks. Please, take this. Brave Tarnished. Seek the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. Most Tarnished are doomed to wander the outskirts of the lands between, peering wistfully at the towering Erd Tree. But you are no ordinary Tarnished. And once that is proven, the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst a family of champions.
She does. And have you ever noticed this one? Look at this. Here, let me see if I see it better on this side. She's trembling. Do you see that? She's trembling. I'm probably being judgmental. I'm rarely not being judgmental. I don't do it on purpose. I can't help it.
Oh, and one more thing. Only for you. This land of Liurnia is connected to the Altus Plateau by the Grand Lift of Depths.
She does. She needs a
beyond
jumper.
the high road.
Or like a coat
But the
or something.
lift has been defunct for an age, meaning there's no simple means of passage. Instead, you must seek the old ruins in the cliff. At the base of the valley, near the Grand Lift, there's an old tunnel. It was excavated from both ends, linking Liurnia to the Altus Plateau. I have faith in you. A champion through and through. I do hope that we can meet again.
Hi, Tweet.
Hello.
Seek the old ruins in...
So it's really cool. I never knew that Raya gives you the location of the ravine path to Leda. I never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So today we're talking about. I think you might already realize, but we're talking about the depths of depravity that are inherent to much of the breadth of the law in Elden Ring.
Motion detected.
Go away, robot.
On door.
But yeah, her name is Raya, right?
Yes, Rya.
Yeah, she is actually a pretty good example of the depths of depravity, but those depths of depravity not necessarily resulting in something ugly or evil. Because her... it's kind of implied that her existing, as well as the other snake folk, isn't natural. Like, they came from like an unnatural union, because they're part reptilian and part human, but they were like born naturally, which is why I related it to, like, you know, it's natural in the sense that she was born, but unnatural in the sense that it kind of like how you would look at like a liger, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like a science experiment that someone.
Yeah. They used things that were fully capable within the body to do it. It just wasn't supposed to be doing it.
Yeah, that's the vibe that I get as well, from the snake people in general, and it makes you wonder. So there's like a snake skin in the Temple of Iglay.
It's the Do you mean like the? Why can't I think of the name? Oh, or do you mean like a piece, like an object in the physical world?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Not the lobsters.
Yeah, the fucking snipers.
No, yeah, there's a snake skin. I actually want to see what's in that tower though, so I'm gonna cheat. There's a snake skin in the Temple of Iglay that's been shed. And when you first look at it, you almost think like, oh, is that a dead snake? So I actually don't know if it's a dead snake or a snake skin, but it kind of looks like a snake skin.
When I saw the snake skin in the DLC, remember when you were like guiding me to the tree right at the beginning? The tree that has the emote, so you can get into the shaman village and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I took a path that you didn't, so I was like, wait, there's a big fucking snake here. And it's just like a snake skin that's just like coiled, just sitting there.
Yes, and it looks just like that snake skin.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's a snake skin, because it doesn't look like a petrified dead snake. It looks like it would make sense for it to be a snake skin, because snakes are like the only things that shed in Elden Ring's world. Well, actually, quite a few things shed in Elden Ring's world, but snakes are the most well-known creature for shedding skin.
Which is interesting because there are so many themes in this game for shedding skin. Like, you know, when you are moving your soul from one body to another, you're shedding your old body, you're shedding your old skin.
Well, yeah, Ronnie literally did it. Ronnie literally shed her old skin and became she animated a puppet.
Yeah. Which is the same thing that Selen is now trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually go through it and do that in her questline. You can put her in a new body, which is fascinating.
Before she does her juju, becomes ball.
Yeah. Which is
at the end we all become ball.
We do. We all become ball. Oh, Vare, I mean, is here. I said Alexander. Do you see what you did, Paolo? You made me say Alexander. Hold on,
what,
I'm gonna check and see if my Amazon has arrived yet. No, it has not arrived yet. Let's see how close.
Snakeskin and butterfly connection, like a chrysalis.
Yeah, like a chrysalis. Like a chrysalis. Alright, let's see. What has he to say? Also, he's also another example of some measure of depravity.
Alexander?
Vare.
Oh, yeah.
At the round table home.
He's covered in blood.
What's your impression?
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's
meant to be a surgeon.
He kidnaps people for Moog, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Aha.
And he also,
my doubts had been piling
murders people for Moog.
The words of the two fingers.
But that's the thing, is like, if there's no death, when you murder someone, what are you really doing? Sending them back to the spawn point?
Well, and this is why I kind of wonder, right, like,
the fingers
as the Tarnished, and like you and I have mentioned it multiple, or I've told you about it multiple times, where like, I do kind of think that the Tarnished is a demigod in some fashion, because everyone else, like, yes, they don't die, but they don't come out of it unscathed.
And if it please you, may we meet again.
And some people do die, like when we kill one of the enemies that has, like, that we've invaded, they are dead.
Sure to try
You know,
the tarnished.
like when we're doing the quest for the Volcano Manor, or we're doing this guy's quests, or whatever. Like the people that we kill, the major NPCs, they actually do die. Like they're gone. We as the Tarnished are kind of the only one that walks off getting stabbed in the face.
But how is that possible with the Rune of Death being removed? And every time we sit at a grace, everything respawns.
Yeah, I wonder if the sitting at the grace bit is kind of like a video game logic in a way. Cause yeah, cause sitting at the grace doesn't make those major NPCs come back to life, you know?
Yeah.
Nor does it make demigods come back. The demigods are dead too when we kill them.
So we think that they operate outside of, like, whether or not death is there. But if that's the case, then why is it significant what Ronnie was able to do and Godwin, if the Rune of Death has anything to do? The Rune of Death thing is very fucking confusing.
Well, sitting at the grace turns back time. But it can't possibly completely turn back time because it doesn't revive things that we have killed, like the permanent things like demigods or NPCs and stuff like that. They stay dead.
But until we do our next adventure, which is meta.
Exactly. Yeah. And like with the Rune of Death, with Ronnie doing her thing, I think like with the Rune of Death being pulled out of the Elden Ring or whatever, like the fact that it's not operating means that, like, obviously some things are still prone to entropy, because if you look at the nobles and stuff, they're like all fucking withered and shit like that. I don't imagine they were like that always. I think they are growing old. They just can't die from it. And I think there's probably still some ways to either make death permanent or more grace than they are themselves. That could be too. There's just not enough person left in them to be considered an individual anymore. So when they die, they just kind of keep coming back, like the Save the World does.
It's very confusing to me. I feel like there's some parts of the lore that are so confusing that it's almost kind of inaccessible.
Yeah, and I think there are some things that you can attribute to video game logic.
No!
Like the genius that was Dark Souls turned the video game logic into an aspect of the lore itself, and it described it very clearly, whereas Elden Ring is not described as clearly. I don't think... Yeah. Hardly anyone is having children, or like either hardly anyone is having children or no one is having children.
Well, that's the other thing, is if death has been taken out and all these people and everything are rotting, why is grass? Grass still grows, plants still grow, chinchillas still grow, the birds, the deer, the pigs, all these natural like forms of wildlife, they don't seem to be affected. Like, look at them, they're just normal.
Well, and that's like,
and they give runes when you kill them.
I think I was in your stream when I mentioned it, when I was talking about like just because something is bad for us doesn't mean it's bad for the rest of the world. Like when we're talking about like, you know, we're removing the livability of the planet and the planet's gonna die, but then like you look at the rest of the planet and it's like, no, actually it's kind of thriving with us not being able to thrive. strange that.
Yeah, but I wonder what the mechanism is. Like, if death is a thing that we all experience, including the lambs and us, why are the lambs giving us runes when we kill them? But
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I think within, and this is just a not a concrete thought, but I wonder if within the realms of the lore, people and the demigods and just the general society has attributed what makes us function to everything else, when, like, you know, grace and all of those things, that really just affects us. Same with, like, the Elden Ring and it being shattered, so it's like, you know, the rune of death, blah, blah, blah. But those things really only governed, like, humanity.
okay, so the Elden Ring is a thing that only affects humanity.
Yeah. So, like, but everybody has attributed it to, like, if this shatters, the entire world gets destroyed, oh my god. Whereas the reality is, it kind of just fucked us over. Everything else didn't give a shit.
I wonder what the implications of that are. Because the Abyssal Serpent and Iglay, they would be inherently immortal then? Not immortal because the rune of death was removed. Wait, oh? But that's interesting, because then that would be also applicable to other things like Blythe and Malekith. Like, are they, well, no, they're humanoid, I guess.
Yeah, they're sentient, if you would.
You don't think lambs are sentient?
I use it, that's a sarcastic using of sentient, because people always use it to use sentient to describe humans, but it's like, by definition of sentient, basically everything is sentient.
Yeah, every living.
But people always refer to it as, and there's another kind of, like, thinking humans are special, but in the same stroke, thinking that without humans nothing else can survive and stuff like that, right? Like, just because something will destroy us doesn't intrinsically mean that it's going to destroy everything else. But we as a species like to do that a lot, and we do that in the real world as well.
It's the
a lot.
egocentrism,
Yeah, like, it's one of the most consistent things about us when regarding anything in terms of, like, how the world functions is, like a large portion of people have this idea that, like, if the planet suddenly became uninhabitable by humans, that all life is gone, it's done. And it's like, not necessarily.
Yeah, like, people talk about the end of the world, and what they really mean is, like, the end of humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end of our livability, absolutely.
In my head are, like, conceptual gods rather than actual physical beings. A serpent never dies. By that, to me, a serpent means revenge. And as long as revenge exists, Iglay will return. So you think Iglay is like
a manifestation of a concept.
Right, or like, you know how in certain mythologies there are, like, vengeance demons?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Iglay is serving that same role.
Yeah, so long as the concept exists, it can always manifest itself to the living thing that feels that emotion, or it feels the need to make good on those concepts, like revenge.
And yeah, what is the abyssal serpent with all of its eyes all down its body? It's really weird to think about.
Hmm. Well, and then like, yeah, like most outer gods, I was literally about to say, like, the outer gods seem to operate on a wholly different rule set to what humans do in the world.
So we think that the abyssal serpent is definitely an outer god.
It's very likely. Like, it seems like there's a lot of different outer gods, not just like the fingers and the frenzied flame and things like. I don't even know if the frenzied flame could be considered a god. I think it's just a fucking energy that people have worshipped.
Yeah, it seems like a manifestation of the lack of order.
It wants singularity again. It's like, and that's why I always say, like, I don't even think that the frenzied flame thinks that what it's doing is evil. It probably thinks of it like cleaning up.
Yeah.
It's like, it just looked at everything being individual, and it's just like, oh no, this is disorganized.
Especially if you consider, like, the thing that it keeps talking about is there's multiple examples of, like, iterations of this everything being one thing. For one, there's the Elden Ring, not taken apart by arbitrary like preferences from the beings who are, like, the keepers of the Elden Ring for that period of time. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Like, so whomever is the vessel for the Elden Ring has the power to arbitrarily remove and add aspects to the Elden Ring that govern what living is like in this world. So
Yeah.
so the frenzied flame, or maybe the three fingers, it almost seems like is like kind of begrieved by the fracturing of the Elden Ring itself, but also this also relates to, like, the crucible of all life being melded together. And so, like, our life and the Elden Ring meant to be inherently imbalancing with each other, or balanced with each other, and when they are out of sync, out of balance with each other, it causes some level of madness in the world.
Hmm. Well, plus, like, with the frenzied flame, when talking about like, thinking of seeing things from a perspective that's wholly unfathomable to ourselves, we will try to humanize things, right? Like, when we do it with animals, and animals aren't even that far different from us, but like, we humanize things so we better understand them, so we can empathize with them, you know?
Yeah.
But not everything sees through the eyes
Of personhood. Yeah.
of the human scope. So what would it be like to suddenly have the mind of the frenzied flame burn into yours?
Well, it burns yours away, doesn't it?
There's still some aspects of them, but yeah, like, it seems like it burns their sense of self away, but there's still human emotion there, you know? Like, they're driven mad, they attack things, like, they kind of almost become animalistic, except for with each other, which is kind of where I think, like, they see each other as part of the singularity now, so they're not attacking each other. but like it's described as like, you know, when you have this madness in you, blah blah blah. It's, you know, it's spoken as like anger and a desire for destruction, and like reveling in the destruction and da 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 da. But I wonder if that's the humanization of potentially a far less emotional thing that the frenzied flame does, but because that's the only way that we can relate to it from our own human scope.
Mayhap, yes.
Because like the frenzied flame, I don't know if it revels in the destruction so much as it sees the destruction as just part of its goal, you know, because it needs things to be destroyed so it can pull that energy back into oneness.
The singularity.
Yeah, but I don't know if it actually like enjoys it or dislikes it. I think it's like more of a menial task, if anything.
This is giving fractals. It's giving Matryoshka doll. Because, like, this makes sense on a cosmic level, too. Like, with black holes and stars, like...
Well, and that's what I see the Frenzied Flame as, right? As, like, a black hole that somehow people have managed to meld their mind with on occasion. And, like, if you, like, how would that... What would that look like in a human? To suddenly have their mind melded with an energy that is alive, but just doesn't think or feel or see things or perceive things the way that we do. It would probably manifest a lot like madness.
I'm loving the fractal theory a lot too. Yeah, me too, Apollo, because it really is like, you know, a thing within a thing within a thing within a thing within a thing, and this is mimicking that. It really is a mimic within a mimic, a thing within a thing within a thing, a system that operates the same way another system does. Like, if runes and souls and all of these things are like in some way inherently connected, then, you know, it is giving fractals. It's giving a thing within a thing, a Matryoshka doll. And hi, Cole.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Ahoy.
Hello.
Pardon?
Hello, he said.
Oh, yes, hello. Today, we were talking about, like, we're talking about just anything and everything, but,
Yeah.
but, like,
The tangents.
yeah, the goal today with this stream, oh, how terrible, I missed really badly. The goal with today's stream was to, talk about how, so when we play through this game, we are met with, like, really horrific depravity and really horrific scenarios of tremendous loss and pain and suffering, and like a world that is so broken that all that remains in it really is suffering and preying on other people, and you know, people falling victim to that victimhood is kind of rampant, just as much as, you know, the predatory nature of humanity and other beings, obviously. So kind of today I wanted to highlight the way that this world is so inherently, I mean, the real world is like that, and I think that that's why this game is, that's one of the things that maybe the writers are trying to talk about. Like, one of your critiques for stuff that Jack was saying was actually, you know, like, you know, these authors write, you know, about really, really dark themes, which Jack is well aware of. I think he was just trying to say a particular thing. But they do. They write about horrific moments of depravity and moments of, like, SA and victimhood, whether it's children, etc. People losing not just, you know, their village or like their whole fucking country or like their whole fucking people. Genocide, all kinds of stuff. So anyway, what I wanted to talk about today is the way that we kind of like, when we're playing through the game, there's so many examples of this stuff and how it affects us to be like hyper exposed to it. For example, like the darker the real world is getting, I love that sound so much. The darker the real world is getting, the more like numb to it we seem. So like there's a genocide going on in Palestine right now, and like we're just playing video games and talking about law. Like, but if this was happening in our country, I wouldn't be playing video games and talking law. You know, I would be out there doing my best to fight the good fight or whatever. So like, you know, I don't know. I wanted to draw attention to the themes of darkness in this game. And there's some of them that are really overt and in your face. Like, I don't know if I have this outfit, but have you guys had a look at Jolan's outfit? And the way that like on the arse of the outfit there's fingers covering her ass.
Yeah.
And it really looks like there's just a hand on her ass the whole time, which I think, you know, for sure that speaks to misogyny. But I think the other thing it speaks to isn't just because she's a woman, it's because the fingers are manipulating her. That
I wore it as a male character, so.
Well, I mean, Jolan is not.
On my man ass.
But Jolan is not, and that armor is Jolan's, and it's not only hers. I think that kind of armor is the same armor that all of the sword hands of night or whatever they're called were wearing, and they were all women, and they were all shaman women who were like taken and tortured and, you know, cast into the deepest dark where there's no light. And if you listen to that quest line where she's talking about being cast into the darkness with no light, no stars, that Ymir is like the only star in her night sky, and that he gives her guidance. And so because of this she's so loyal to him, but Ymir is loyal to the fingers, and so it's just like this cycle of obsequience and abuse. From the opposite end of the spectrum, that same man that murdered, reveled, benefited from that. Wait, what are you talking about?
I was responding to what Blackman said, where he said not to be too topical, but we are seeing people revel in depravity right now. A man is murdered in NYC. Not only do most people care, many say good. And I said from the opposite end of that spectrum, that same man that was murdered reveled and benefited from the depravity of the world.
He really did. He made it impossible for people to seek affordable healthcare. He was like doing his okay. So I work in hospitals, and I work very frequently with patients that tell me my insurance is never going to cover this, and 9 times out of 10, it's something that their insurance 100% should cover, because they pay them all year long. They're paying for this insurance, and they have an accident or something that's not even their fault. Someone hits them with a car or something like that, and they just can't afford their health care.
Wouldn't be profitable.
Because insurance companies are not designed to actually pay out.
Yeah, they're designed to make money.
Right,
they're designed to make money off of your desire for a sense of safety. Like, oh, I'm sure I feel it.
But that's inherently, that's the problem that we're talking about there. Is like, you know, you have the CEO who's preying on all these people who pay into this insurance company because they're expecting a payout. Hi, Callista. They're expecting a payout, and they don't get it. And so, of course, people are angry. Of course, people are upset. And you have this person preying on millions and millions and millions of people who are paying all this money into something they're never going to see anything. They're never going to see a return on. It's life and death for them and their families. And so it's depravity all around.
Well, yeah, he's directly and indirectly caused the deaths of like tens of hundreds of thousands of people.
You about the United Healthcare guy?
Just,
yes.
Well, it's relating to what we're talking about. He's indirectly caused tens to hundreds of thousands of deaths by being and doing what he does for a living. So
Yeah.
yeah, he earned
Yeah,
that bullet.
100%. And the funny thing is like now he's become an inherent part of the Elden Ring lore. But anyway, continue. What were you going to say, Callista?
About the Depths of Depravity, which is why he came up, because
Oh, yeah.
it's
No, I was
hard
just gonna
to get
say-
more depraved than a fucking CEO.
That's one of many other insurance execs that, could all get what's coming to them,
100%. Yes.
Depths of
Well, yeah, the
Depravity.
one
That's like
I
the
mean-
tip of the.
one of the posts,
Yeah, no.
like right when it happened, when one of the companies was like, "We're going to be rolling this out," and somebody's comment to it was, "Look at the news," and literally it was when dude got murked, and that company almost immediately 180'd. They
I don't-
reversed their taught. They were taught it was like something to do with anesthesia that
Yeah.
they were about to put out.
Oh yeah, what
And
they
the
did is
guy's
they were
like-
putting a
and the guy-
time on it. If you were under
and the-
anesthesia for a certain amount of time, then they were going to like...
Yeah, and the guy just literally just said, "Look at the news," and CEO has been shot dead. Oh, and boom, reversed.
And you know what's
Like,
nutters about that? That was one of the best insurance companies for as far as my experience from working with people, the patients that tell me that they have this insurance, then I know that they're most likely going to cover everything, and like I don't have to worry about my poor patient like getting fucked over because I'm ordering extra things on them because I think they need it. Because okay, I really should not be talking about this here. Nobody ever learned what hospital I work at, okay? But anyway, I'm going to talk about some stuff that I should not be doing, but I'm doing it for the benefit of my community and for the good of people, because that's what I believe we should all be doing. That's why I became a nurse. I did not become a nurse to be part of a corporation, but that unfortunately is what happened
is what
because
has
I have no
happened.
choice. I have no choice.
Yeah.
There is nowhere that I can work legally as a nurse without being owned by a corporation. So instead, here's what I do. I don't know if these people have insurance, but what I do is I make sure when I'm talking to them, I'm like, I know affordability is a big problem these days. Here are the things that I think could help you out that you should speak with the doctor about. You're concerned about this. There's a possibility you could be pregnant. Let's get a pregnancy test. Let's, if you can afford it, we want to do CT and all this other stuff, but it's very expensive. So if you can't afford it, this, that, the other. And 9 times out of 10, they talk about their insurance. And 9 times out of 10, they tell me what insurance they have. And 9 times out of 10, I'm able to tell them, they'll cover this, don't worry about it. So I'm helping people navigate affordability, because lots of people will avoid getting healthcare because they think they can't afford
because
it.
of affordability.
Yes.
Well, and people, that's not just in the United States. Like, in Canada, it is required by law that people get help. But what happens here is a lot of doctors are afraid to diagnose anybody with something, so they will do really half-assed checks of people that can't possibly give them any information. They will strategize how not to find something.
Yeah, well, I know
So
that there's...
people don't get help
so
because, like you said, scans are expensive. Certain things are expensive, and that is, I've had doctors specifically tell me, "Oh, well, we can get the MRI done, but they're expensive." And the thing I wanted to just fucking slap them in the face with, "We're not in the United States, you stupid cunt." Like,
Well, I feel like I want to slap people on the face and be like, money is like a myth. Like it's just like numbers like that don't mean anything. Like this is a person's life. Like
Yeah, I think
when it comes to
people...
healthcare, I think
people
money
are
just is an object that shouldn't be a question.
Yeah, especially because people are so scared of debt and the consequences of having it that they're willing to risk their lives with, foregoing healthcare. But I think when it comes to doctors and nurses, we really are we just work here. We really do just work here. And a lot of the doctors that I work with are like me, where, at least the ones that I know, are trying to like help the patients navigate affordability in healthcare. So we do talk to them about the things that are expensive and the things that are more affordable, and we, you know, some of us try to not just, so we do have some doctors that are not concerned with whether or not you can afford it. You came here talking about chest pain, so they are going to screen you for absolutely every single thing that could be life-threatening associated with chest pain. They're not going to ask you, you know, what things led to the chest pain and screen you based on that, because that's their license if they miss something. So instead, they're doing like protocols. It's all protocols. They don't even think, make sure we order this and this and this. They click a folder, okay? They click a folder that automatically orders everything and they sign off on it. So basically, a lot of people's healthcare goes that way. And when it comes to chest pain, etc., I fully agree that that's how it should go. Go with the protocol every time. But when it comes to other things like, God, my left shoulder hurts and sometimes it goes into my neck and runs down my left arm, a lot of people will just screen them for chest pain, and it's like, wait a second, what did this person do? Like, why might this happen? Why are you going to put this person back $30,000 to $50,000 when they have like a sprain or a strained muscle or something like that? So
and that's the innate issue of privatized healthcare. The reason I have the problem with what happens here is because of what Apollo said, where we're taxed highly, but we're supposed to get the healthcare that we need.
Is grace the equivalent of insurance? I'm trying to see how this applies to Elden Ring.
So how we got here?
Depths of Depravity, so we're talking about the CEO,
and then
the
it turned
CEO
into
was a
this.
health insurance CEO, and health insurance CEOs are, just generally speaking, pieces of fucking shit. I mean, CEOs, generally speaking, are pieces of fucking shit, but, you know, like, some are worse than others.
But I do see Colt's point. We have, like, completely diverged away from Elden Ring, and we should probably bring it back. But yes, it is like the CEO. It is people who are willing to prey on people, you know, at a large scale like that. Oh, I hear it. Where did it go?
No, I did speak on it, Spud. I literally said what I was gonna say.
No, I was talking to Apollo.
Oh. Well, I said, like Apollo said when I was talking about what I was saying. Yeah, because I said, because he's like, yeah, I liked how they did it in other countries more, where higher taxes but free healthcare. The problem with Canada right now is we're taxed insanely high, but we don't get the healthcare. We don't get the thing that we're taxed for, basically.
I'm not fighting that dragon. Let's go up to the madness area. Let's do that. Because that's what we were talking about anyway. And the madness is going to bring us back to, like, the parts of the depravity that's important. We were talking about cult. Tell me what you and Callista and Spud, tell me what you guys think about, so, madness and the flame of frenzy. Do we have any examples in-game that you can think of the flame of frenzy burning physical objects, like scorching anything?
The fingerprint shield.
Now, is that the flame of frenzy that does that, or is that the three fingers? The three fingers does look scorched, and like in embers.
Well, one would assume that it's the flame that's causing the
Making it
imprint.
Yeah, I would say that the three fingers, like, are imbued with a flame of frenzy, and that's how they scorch things with it. But, like, you're right. Like, I'm sure it's the three fingers that imprinted the fingerprint shield. But I do think the area around Midra's Manse looks to be, like, slowly, like, burning itself away. I don't know.
So
that looks weird.
So the reason why we're talking about this is because, you know how when we first come into the game,
It burns spirits away.
yes, and when we
Well, funny thing about that is it doesn't burn Melina away, and she's a spirit. Like, she's the only thing that is alive. at the end of the Frenzied Flame ending. Even Torrent's gone. And yet she's still there, even though she's a spirit, so I don't get that.
Yeah, that is really confusing.
I think it's in part because like Torrent would have stayed with you, so it's kind of like Torrent is like no matter what in the middle of ground zero when like the Flame of Frenzy ending takes place, but Melina has always been like somewhere in the spirit world, like just sometimes traveling into our world to like say hi.
Well, yeah,
So I'm
Torrent
sure that's
kind
probably
of
why.
Torrent kind of becomes part of us after a point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he's connected to the whistle. That's why, like, she picks it up out of the back.
The ring.
And it's like,
but weird.
I don't know.
Like,
She's
like what I was saying is we
attached
have
to
the
our
ring.
person.
Yeah, like it's like Torrent becomes part of us because we are the one carrying around the thing that he's attached to. So where we go, Torrent follows.
like a leash.
Yeah.
Okay, so a yellow ember just dropped. I've never read the description on these. Where? Oh, I have loads of madness stuff that I could be looking at the descriptions of. Well, let's start.
You were saying something about the abyssal serpent, and I couldn't help, like, you were saying about all the eyes. I haven't actually seen that, but it was making me think of well, they're essentially winter lanterns. I forget what they're called, like sages.
Oh, you
But
mean
they're
the
also in an
things
abyssal
the
forest,
forest.
and all the eyes with the grapes. It was all kind of like, I don't know why that's so similar, because the abyssal serpent doesn't seem to have anything to do with madness.
And
That's true,
okay, so this
right?
is just a thought that I'm having, like out of, the blue, but seeing like the similarities between like madness and the finger, like I know like the bolus or whatever, I don't remember what it is, but the thing that causes like fingers to grow inside you or whatever, like that being kind of like the internal eyes growing and the wandering people. I'm terrible with names because I've not been in the Elden Ring lore in a while, but yeah, Abyssal Woods guys that you have to swat away. God, I'm really blinking on everything.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what they're called either.
The accumulation of eyes and the accumulation of fingers, I think, is like, I don't know, symmetrical because they're both like sensing organs,
That does make sense.
I think I know what you're saying. Like, one feels and one sees.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny that you mention that as well, because when someone is blinded, as in perhaps they had their eyes removed to feed to a finger maiden to turn her into a frenzied maiden, they would probably use their fingers to, like their hands to see after that point, because blind people use their hands to see stuff. So, with the absence of eyes, your hands become your eyes.
Definitely.
So the reason the way that we got here, because this is also confusing to me. The way that we got here was we were talking about the maidens being dead, and like, how is it possible that a maiden can be dead when they're like nobody can die? So the only thing that makes sense to me is like that their
They were
souls
killed.
have been removed.
Dust and death.
They were killed.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying
it had to do
in
with
the
Dust and
chat,
Death, yeah.
is that the removal of Dust and Death isn't so much about death, it's about killing.
You were saying that in the chat?
Yeah, well, not in the live chat. It was in, like, the Elden Ring Discord chat.
Oh.
I was talking about how when the rune is removed, things can still die. They can be killed.
Yeah,
They just can't die naturally. So
Yeah,
it's almost like
they
it forces things
entropy.
to kill, whether you kill yourself or you kill others. It's the only way for things to die.
I also have kind of, for a long time, wondered if, like, because of Ymir's like dialogue where he says that Marika was guided by the fingers, like I've always, and also the finger talisman, or the golden seed talisman or whatever with the fingers around it. I don't know. Someone's gonna correct me because I'm terrible. But the thing that I get from that is just that like the the fingers kind of led Marika to like her ascension to godhood, and I wonder if they led her specifically down the road of removing destined death. And I wonder if that's because like for some reason like the fingers themselves were dying and that was part of it. I don't know. Just a thought I had.
Supposedly, it's to bring immortality to the demigods. That was why she removed it.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems almost like it's two parts, because the demigods become immortal, and then things have to kill in order to die. And so it goes with the whole become strong through, you know, death
To me,
and
it makes sense that
fighting.
to me, it makes sense that Marika would be like the perfect puppet because like of all the family trauma she would have had. So like we would be of course inclined to say yes, like let's remove like this death as like a natural thing. But I also kind of wonder if like maybe like there was a vested interest on behalf of the fingers in doing so.
Yeah, for sure. Because, like, okay, so when we think about Marika's origin, you know, you look at the map and she is. Oh, I don't have access to it. Anyway, her village is located right next to like a big fingers area. And it looks like when the fingers area happened, it was some kind of cataclysm, like some kind of arrival from space. Because
there's a huge crater.
A crater, yep. So I imagine that when a thing happened like that, her village people were probably like, "Ooh, let's go see what the fuck this is."
The village people.
And so then her village people would go there and
fucking idiot.
and find that there's these weird finger things, and that you know the finger things see that these people are victims of depravity, and that they could manipulate them, how fingers do, by offering them power, by offering them a way out. And then they do manipulate them, but they end up subjugating them just as much as like the Horn Scent do, but in a completely different way. They weaponize them. They turn them into these hands of night. And they, you know, what these women in this position, they literally have finger marks all over them that look really fucked up. Then they have the finger marks on their ass, like I was saying, like, which to me symbolizes like you belong to me, but not just you as like your autonomy and your personhood and everything, but literally you're like, I'm sorry, but it's classic misogyny to grab a woman's ass. And here we have fingers. Yes, and here we have fingers literally perpetually in perpetuity attached to her ass. Like, she cannot rid herself from the control of these fingers. And then we hear Ronnie say, I would not be controlled by that thing, and she says it with such disgust and distaste. So it does make me think that like that was the seduction and betrayal that we have been trying to piece together. It was that the fingers seduced and betrayed Marika, because once she did rise to godhood, she was betrayed because the fuel that would keep the Age of Abundance afoot would be like a finite resource that would run out relatively quickly. And the fingers, whether they knew that or not, didn't like make that known to her, so they couldn't facilitate the kind of power that they were offering her. Instead, all along, she was always meant just to be a puppet.
That whole seduction and betrayal thing is confusing for me, because it doesn't assign who was seducing and who was betraying. So I don't know if it was Marika.
I think the fingers were seducing Marika with power.
Yeah, I always assumed Marika was the one doing it.
I think everybody did. I did too.
Yes. I just kind of a lot of and I always kind of say that, like, not to disparage people from making theories, but I do, like, before the DLC came out, I did make sure to, like, when people were, like, coming up with all these theories that they were sure were concrete, I'm like, wait until the DLC is fully released before we start thinking anything is concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even then, I don't think there's
even
anything
then.
concrete.
Like, there were so many ideas that people had about Dark Souls before the DLC came out. And then when the DLC came out, it just fucking, like, shattered so many of those ideas.
The way Miyazaki was raised on choose your own adventure books, I think he's crafted the stories in a way that have just enough holes to where it's like a jigsaw puzzle that connects with all the other pieces, and you can make different pictures, but every picture you make is incomplete. At some point, once you put enough pieces down, it's going to be incomplete. You can rearrange it, and you can get different pictures, but there's never like this cohesive thing that is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
I do want to add, like, just as like a footnote on the finger discussion. I think it's just funny how like manipulation is like really at the core of like America's like being, like the fingers.
Her story is related to manipulation.
Being like the demigod that the fingers like, or being the god that the fingers like cultivated. Like she just is manipulative in every way, and like, you know, manipulation literally comes from like the Latin for handful. So like, you know, it's funny that the fingers are the ones that taught her how to be so manipulative.
I like that.
Yeah, especially because
nice.
So I think, interestingly enough,
plus
when we were talking about
abundance,
is she the one who manipulated, or are the fingers the one who manipulated? I literally think the first betrayal is the one that we're talking about in the game trailer, in the story trailer, and I think that first betrayal was the fingers betraying and seducing Marika. They seduced her with power. They said you could rise to godhood, and here's how you do it, and here's what you need to do for revenge, and here's what you need to do, la la la. They fueled her yearning for retribution, and she facilitated retribution via genocide. It was literally a vengeful genocide, and I think that that was the original seduction and betrayal. But I think that like she would then learn when her age of abundance became swiftly ended that she was deceived, and through the mechanisms of manipulation that the fingers had kind of wound her up in, she's learning over thousands of years how to manipulate others. And so she just is this product of depravity, this victimhood, this product of all of these different things that happened to her and her people, and then the things that she did and the guilt that she must, like, it's irrefutable, like she must carry guilt for the things that she has done. And so I think all of that is welling up inside of you, and it rots you from the inside out. And so then what she would do from there is just manipulate everyone and everything around her to try to get some kind of end. It's confusing as to what end that is at first, but I do think eventually she feels like the world is so broken it's beyond repair, it needs to be started all over again. That's why the fingers are like, because they've lost control of Marika, so they're desperately trying to find someone to like take her fucking place. But it almost seems like that she would have at first been aware of and maybe even cooperative with, but at some point she decided, no, fuck you, I'm shattering the Elden Ring. Probably, I mean, according to the story trailer, it happens after the Night of the Black Knives. She says, no, fuck you, I'm shattering the Elden Ring, we're ending the cycle here, we're doing all this shit, blah blah blah. She gets held prisoner in the tree. Most of the people who are candidates to take her place are now kind of in a limbo situation. So it's remarkable to me that I think the first betrayal and seduction was the fingers to America, but then from then on she's like doing it to everybody else. But I do think she feels remorse, and I do think in the end she actually tries to undo some of the brokenness of the world, which is maybe why she uses.
I think she fought the Elden Beast.
Pardon?
I think she fought the Elden Beast.
Oh yeah,
I think
100%.
that's why she's on.
That's why
Crucifix.
she's on the rune arc. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Lost.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She fought and lost, and she was fighting to free her world from the dominion of the Elden Beast, and she lost. But I do think that Marika. I think if she had the power to undo the things that she's done, I think that she would do that. And I think that maybe that she was trying to do that vicariously through her demigod children, and she was trying to coax
I also
them to
kind
do
of
that.
wonder, like, I also kind of wonder if, yeah, the reason she would have, if like your theory rings true, if the reason she would have wanted to do it vicariously through her children is also because she couldn't do it, not because she couldn't physically do it herself, but she couldn't mentally or emotionally do it herself, because there was still a lot of bias and hatred toward a lot of the things that were done to her.
Well, it's kind of interesting because I really view like a lot of Mikola's story as like kind of being raised up in the footsteps of like Marika. Like even if you like I think it was in like an interview before Elden Ring actually came out. Or maybe it was from about like the original plans for Mikola, but it was just saying that like Mikola was basically kind of being like groomed to be the next like god,
Yeah.
more so than any of the other
He was like
Empyreans.
the chosen or whatever.
Yeah, which makes the like rejection that Mikola like has towards the Golden Order so like profound. Like unless you consider that like Marika like secretly wanted that, and like
Yeah.
probably would have raised Mikola with like this awareness that the Golden Order was flawed, so that like by the time Mikola like decided to like forge their own path, like it was, I don't know.
No, that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense
I wonder
to me.
when.
It makes
she
a lot of
realized.
sense to me, and it also makes me realize, okay, so one thing that I've been harping on for years, literally, is that, so when it comes to Marika, Mikola, and Melania, we have almost no evidence whatsoever of Marika, Mikola, and Melania interacting with each other. Hold on one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's like no evidence for it whatsoever. The only thing that we see is like
Radigan doing it.
Radigan, yes. And maybe some people can say Godwin, but for 100% we don't have any evidence of Marika whatsoever. There's no evidence of them having spoken to each other or left messages to each other or had any kind of relationship, etc. So the interesting thing is, what if Marika was like secretly, kind of influencing Mikola and secretly maybe even manipulating Mikola.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, to go against the Golden Order, to go against all this other stuff, to make the Halig tree in opposition to the Golden Order, to do all this stuff, to maybe even try to kill the Erd tree.
Especially if you look at like Marika's bedchamber, like all of the stone tablets being just the same like there as they are in the oh gosh, it's in
the library in the Black
like
Keep.
Shadow Tree Veil.
Yeah, thank you. It's right, yeah, in the library in the Black Keep. It's so, yeah. It's like she left a breadcrumb trail for Mikola, or for one of her like demigod children. But I think Mikola ended up being the chosen one, for whatever reason.
Is Marika's bed the Shadowlands? That veil around her bed, I swear.
Yeah.
She's like,
I mean, the
I
Baldican
banish you to
being-
the shadow realm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Most
ma'am,
everybody's
excuse,
like,
excuse me,
"Alright."
ma'am, what does this entail?
Most everybody looked at her statue, and they saw that ass. It's like, you
Shadow Realm's worth it.
fine.
It's worth considering that her home is in the Shadowlands, which is under a giant shadow baldachin, and her room was also, got a baldachin over her bed. So maybe it's a reminder of home.
Yeah.
It does make sense. But I think maybe the baldachin, it could also simply be what is that? Symbolic? Of
Well,
like,
it is interesting that the Baldachin's blessing is given to you by a Death Maiden, and it enshrouds you with like poise and defense, and then the shadow world is underneath a very large one, but I imagine it has the similar a similar effect on the Shadow Realm as what the Baldachin's blessing does on us, just perhaps on a much larger scale.
Like America's stealing the life force energy or something, the way the Baldachin blessing does.
Yeah, taking away the life force of, taking a bit of its life and offering it something in return.
Kind of goes with how all the
that
death
kind of defense blessing and stuff.
yeah.
Strength through death is a very common theme in Elden Ring.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by maybe it's more like symbolic, like that's exactly what I meant. Because it just it kind of makes sense that if the Baldachin is representative of strength through a blessing of death, or like an aspect of the soul. And here we have, this is where death washes up, and we have this giant Baldachin. But
hanging over him.
Then what's the relationship?
It's also interesting to note that all the Baldachin blessings are given.
Perhaps Fia is from the Shadowlands. I know that it says that Fia is from a different land. I'm sorry, I spoke over somebody.
It was Colt. What were you saying, Colt?
Oh, just how the only Baldachin blessing that Fia gives of her own free will is after we give her the Hallowbrand. All the others seem to be being forced. There's something forcing her to give them.
Oh yeah, you've said that before. I do have a response for that. But what were you saying, Callista?
Oh, I was just saying, I know that Fia's from a different land, and I think it's interesting that you do find people in the Shadow lands that are servants of Godwyn. And I think I read their description. I disagree with a lot of people on this. I do view it as them looking for Fia with the whole the use of the word surrogate. But a lot of people have disagreed because that implication is not exactly present in the Japanese, but a different one that also harkens to the same idea. Okay, so I think the surrogate is important because the Hallowbrand is formed from Godwyn and Ranni. So they're the original parents, so to speak. And so giving that to Fia to have the dream, and then you go into it and yada yada. She becomes a surrogate for that mending rune to be born, which is also referenced in the mending rune's description. But I forgot where I was going for that.
Like a surrogate mother?
Yeah. Like a surrogate mother, but just not in the same sense that we as humans think of surrogate mothers. It's more in the more representative of referring to Marika as mother, and she kind of has ties to that Baldachin.
Well, it makes sense even
stuff, and now Fia does.
It makes sense even by the way we do understand the word surrogate, because she literally gestates the rune.
Yeah,
so it's
reads in the rune's
forced
description.
pregnancy.
Gestated by it does say that.
Birth.
Well, the road to the birth was forced, but her actually getting the Holobrand and then the Radiant Baldecan blessing being the only one she gives of her own volition, it seems like that's the only time she was willingly giving that blessing out, was so that she could finally give birth.
So I do have a question, because before I challenge it, and my instincts are to challenge it. I don't know, because I just hate the idea of Fia being raped, or done. I hate the idea that every time we go hug her, we're
Right, it's not
her.
consensual. Yeah.
Which, just FYI, I never hug her, so I win. But anyway.
Me too.
but okay, can you give me a really good descriptor of exactly why you believe it's not consensual?
Well, because the Radiant Baldecan blessing explicitly says so. It says this is the only blessing she gives of her own volition, of her own free will. So all the other Baldecan blessings are not of her own free will.
I think it's obligation is what it's implying, is that she gives all the other ones out of an obligation to fulfill her role or her duty. So I do think it's probably fair to say that she doesn't do it for her own want or will.
So why is she doing it?
Well, it's her role as
it's her job, basically.
Her job, appointed by whom?
Indeed.
From wherever she came from, she says, before she woke in the lands between, like any other tarnished, she was also a forget what they're called. What she calls herself?
The deathbed companions.
Yeah, deathbed companion. Thank you. I knew it was companion, but yeah. But she said that she was the same thing wherever she came from. So I assume that in wherever she came from, the culture has that. And I wonder if that maybe was a part of the Shadowlands at some point, and the stamping out of culture there erased any evidence of it, but I don't know.
All right, well, I gotta go to work, so bye.
All right.
Bye, Cole.
But
Good one.
In the spirit of not relating it to non-consensual, it doesn't necessarily have to be a non-consensual thing. It, like we were talking about, more an obligation based on her job. Similarly to sex work or blah 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 blah. It doesn't have to be like that, but and I don't think it's as explicit as that, but that's the analogy I'm using because that's I guess the closest thing.
This is interesting to me because it's literally somehow we got here not really meaning to talk about it, but this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the depravity inherent to this game, where we're casually subjected to, and even we are forced through our ignorance of our deeds to assault a woman.
Well, and here's why I was saying I don't necessarily know if it's assault, because she tells us about it when we speak to her. So and it's not necessarily an invitation so much as it's hey, by the way, I do this.
I would definitely say it's a morally gray situation, just because the ethics of something like sex work is always morally gray, anytime you have to put your body on the line just to make a living wage, it feels like that is inherently manipulative, the world around you is coercing you into that position. But the thing that I think is just interesting in terms of Fia's relationship to that player is that she seems to be through her role as a deathbed companion trying to guide the player towards fulfilling her own wishes. So even if she does not enjoy the role of giving the Baldecan blessing. I think it's undoubtedly the case that like by doing her quest line and by like getting the hugs to get her like to the end of her quest line, like you are like doing what she wants, even if like there's some component of it that's not desirable to her.
It's more contractual than you taking from her. She's giving you something, and you are also giving her something in return.
It's transactional, right?
It's transactional. Similarly to, like,
So
let's consider. Basically, is what I'm getting at.
I keep wanting to say similarly to my cat Roger, and I don't know if you know that meme.
It's like, let's consider, right, in a completely perfect world, well, sex sells, always will. That's just kind of how the world is. But in a perfect world, it sells safely and not exploitatively. Now let's place that onto Fia.
Mm-hmm.
She might not be doing it because she's just really into it, but she's not giving it out for free against her will either. It is transactional. She's getting something back.
So Jack says...
It's business.
Jack said the Baldecan's blessing says that the favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation. Why would someone want to not feel any and all sensations, yet continue to live?
If they're depressed.
Or if they've been a victim of something
like,
that made
traumas,
any feeling like a post-traumatic, well, and as an autistic person,
or
I have
if they're in constant pain,
a weird
like
experience
chronic pain
that is like connected to this. So I remember when I was a child, I was one of those kids that you could not put clothes on, and I would scream and run away and be really upset if you tried to clothe me. And everybody was like, she's a wild child, you know? But really, it was the sensation of clothing touching me in my sensitive bits.
It was the sensory problem, because
And it's really hard, and my sensitive bits isn't just my private areas, it's also like my neck and my wrist and, you know, certain areas like elsewise, like around my back. I hated that, like, something's constantly touching me and I wanted to like pull it away, and depending on what the fabric was, it would be like really bad, and then I started scratching myself and scratching myself and scratching myself.
I've done the same thing.
And I would
when I was younger.
And I would cut the collars of my clothes off without having any intervention or any recommendation by someone else.
You just do it.
I did it because I did not want the clothes to touch me right there, and I would it's a weird thing. So in that way, I can kind of see how the sensory thing, like the sensory sensitivity, would make you. I still want to live, but I certainly don't want to feel anything.
I don't want this. But that's like, my brain did the same thing. Like, there were times where I actually like, and this might be TMI in terms of like gore. It wasn't really gory, but there were times where like if I hurt myself and there was like a piece of skin or like that was still like kind of there, it would annoy me so fucking bad that as a kid I just yanked it.
Ew.
Yeah, it's just like gone. It hurt, but it was better than what I was feeling.
So
I have an example. I have an example of depravity, whatever the word is called. The America's children, they're kind of more like tools in a way. And the entire shattering, you know, is them fighting over their own siblings, just trying to like succeed America, who is supposedly gone from this world. And that's really sick and twisted and wicked that she got her own children to fight each other for practically her love or, you know, legacy, right? And then her plan B, okay? Her plan B was us, the Tarnished, and she had us kill all her children after they had already fought.
We did warn them.
Yeah. I do want to bring this back around to Thea, though, because first of all, Jack pointed out another thing, and this brings me back to the experience of doing her quest. So, Jack says Rogier is someone who became a champion for Thea. His armor says Rogier spent his entire life behaving with utter detachment. No one noticed the anger, grief, regret, or fear that existed along with it, which makes you think like, which makes you think
he's
like
a victim of trauma too.
He's a victim of trauma too, and he's an ally to another victim, because he becomes her friend and everything. And then in the end, and somebody has said this, I don't know who said the Golden Order fanboy thing. Kay said this. 100% Kay. The most disgusting thing in my first playthrough of this, it made me cry. Like, the most disgusting thing was the first time that I saw, the first time you do the Fia quest and Dee has killed her, and the way the voice actor speaks about her and the disgusting things that he says and the way he calls her like a witch, and he calls her a bitch, and he
it was absolutely a witch hunt.
100% misogyny, though. It's disgusting.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. You can hear like the tone of voice.
Yes, it's like it's a hate crime. It's not just not just like him slaying who he thinks is a witch. It's a hate crime that we see happen. And this is somebody
kind of
that
what I see as witch hunting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 100%. And it's one of the most disgusting things. And every time I've done that quest, which is like 3 times, it's so fucking hard to hear the voice actor do that. I always attack him. I always try to kill him like before he can speak his words. It makes me so fucking angry. And it makes me realize like the themes in this game that the writers are fully comfortable asking us to deal with are really it's frightening, and it's unlike any fantasy experience that I've ever had. The closest thing would probably be George R. R. Martin's book, but it's for sure it is asking you to go to a dark place that you may have been before, or that you may not have been before, but it's asking you to go there and to carry that and handle that, and to know the kind of pain that some of the people in this world are subjected to, the kind of horror that these people are subjected to. And the nutters thing is that like people play through this and they're like, you know, like they're doing all this, and it's so funny to me because the reason why they're doing it isn't because people are disgusting and hateful and ignorant and la la la. It's because they have no fucking clue what they are wading into, the depth of despair and horror and just depravity. And I find that I have never played another game even remotely like this.
Well, and I think the key thing that separates it isn't just that those themes exist in this game, it's that you have a choice around quite a few of them. For instance, with D, when he's going off about his thing, it's not just that you can make the choice to kill him, it's that you're literally rewarded for doing it. You get that's how you get his sword. It's the only way.
Yeah, and the other thing is, coming from, and this is going to sound like a certain type of way, keep in mind that I'm woke. I am super, like, I'm proud of it. I'm fucking woke. Fuck all of you. I'm woke. But yeah, literally. But I also try to keep my mind open. I'm kind to literally everyone, even if they are not woke or don't fall under the umbrella of people who are inherently woke. I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound controversial, but no, it doesn't come from a place of ignorance or hate. It comes from a place of having a woman living experience. And for two men to write, I'm gonna cry. For two men to write so perfectly the dynamic of a hate crime like that, which amounts to rape and murder, makes you wonder about what kind of life experiences they might have had, or what kind of life experiences they might have been subjected to from either themselves or people they care about. And just that these themes are in this game, from the Hiroshima bomb and Khalid to the way we take advantage of fear without realizing it, and the way we feed into this, and how she's this victim till the end, and still she gives her womanhood to someone else when she gestates the rune of death that can be added back into the Elden Ring to fix it. Like, it's this beautiful depiction of the selflessness of women. And I'm sorry, but it's this is why I want to talk about this, because I feel like we all experienced this, and we all like viewed it. We all played this game. We did this quest, and this kind of just flows over you, and you don't get to like really like accept this moment for what it is. That she was a victim whose body was like constantly a tool for other people, and in the end she took her power back. And
I think that's like such a like powerful theme that repeats itself in Elden Ring. Is a lot of women, like, it seems like the world itself wants to treat like women as like instruments, especially when you consider like the maidens, the finger maidens. But conversely, like, it seems like so many different like women in the game like subvert that, and Millicent, like, namely, they subvert that, and they do what makes themselves the most proud, or like, or try to at least.
Well, yeah, like with Millicent, if you do her good ending, she was always going to die. It's just her good ending is her going on her terms, not someone else's. Yeah. And that's another reason why, like, this fucking robot is gonna go out a window. Anyway, like, it's seriously, I have to keep muting myself because it is constantly going off today.
It's okay though, Tix. We're used to it, especially me.
But Melina too, though.
With Alexander Jar, when it's considered sad that at the end of his quest line we kill him, but that's another kind of thing of like, he's going out the way that he wants to, though.
Yeah, he took his power back, 100%.
Yeah, like, for him, he is going out in a grand battle against someone that he respects immensely.
Yeah, which is victims is so important, to take your power back without victimizing anyone else. It's beautiful, and it's like, I don't know, these themes to be present in this game are just wow. And I think that's why I'm still obsessed with this game. People are like, for example, Nameless Singer, who I've just recently made really good friends with, she found out that Scum and I still regularly play this game together. We're like constantly logging in and playing together. And she's like, you two still play this fucking game? And we're like, yeah, like constantly. And I mean, this is why this game is it's healing in a way.
And speaking just not necessarily on this, but just in regards to what Apollo said, just then, like about Bloodborne, I think with Bloodborne, with Elden Ring, it's more of a fantasy tale, and while not everything that happens has a happy ending, most things don't in Elden Ring. Some of them can at least be considered to be good endings. Bloodborne is more of like the horrifying side of it, where nobody gets the good ending in Bloodborne. It's kind of like the alternate side of the coin, where just everything has gone shitty.
Yeah, Jack says that in Elden Ring there is no good ending. And I think, I mean, he's kind of right.
It's not wrong. But
I
I
would
would
agree.
say there's no, more accurately, there's no perfect ending where everybody is happy. There are good endings. It's just that sometimes a good ending is bittersweet when you consider what happened before it.
Right. The
But
ending can
it was
only
the-
be as good as the story was. So.
But it was the best possible conclusion to that story again. With Alexander Jar or Millicent or even Fia and things like that, where they did not survive their stories, but that does not make their ending sad.
Wait, what? Fia's sad. Fia's ending is 100% sad.
It's sad, but consider that it's like, maybe Fia's a bad example, but Millicent and Alexander then skip Fia.
Okay.
I still cry every time I kill Alexander. So.
I still think
Sure,
Millicent's
but
ending
it's
is
the-
super
but
sad. I don't
But it's the way
understand.
that they wanted to go. Rather,
Yeah.
they were going to die either way, is what I'm getting at. Just because they died.
Oh, you're
and-
saying they took their power back. They're dying on their
Yes,
own
it's
terms.
not a bad
I
ending.
see what you're saying.
It's not
I
the
see what
sad
you're
ending.
saying.
It's not like the, oh god, we got the horrible ending, I'm so depressed. It's like,
I
you
see
can
what you're
at
saying now.
least, you can at least feel some kind of relief in the fact that they got that they got something back at the end of it.
You're right. I see what you're saying now. But yeah, I still think that those. I mean, and I know that's not what you were saying now, but I'm just saying, like, 100%. I still think Millicent's ending is heartbreaking, but it is another example of, like Fia, her taking her power back by the end, and that's so beautiful. And just because of how much suffering there is in this game, to have that, you know, pointed out for those of us that didn't understand it the first time, for those of us who suck with subtlety like I do, that's beautiful and hopeful, and just that they can bring us into a world full of such darkness, and show us that in the end the thing that matters most is taking your power back, not vengeance, not genocide, not all this stuff that America's doing,
Well, and that's the
but
thing
choosing
too, right?
to live your life on your own terms.
America is the flip side of that coin, right? Where she got power and she used it to perpetuate.
For as much as America's like the cruel one and the evil one, she's also the kind one, and like that's where her story starts, and that's arguably also I think where it ends if you consider the Tarnished. And if the Tarnished is actually like kind, like, you know, does the good ending for everyone, you know, then it actually makes America have to be a much better person, considering that like she went through the effort of like bestowing grace to people to try to find someone who would do the right thing.
Yes,
You
and
know?
I think that that's her
She did
regret.
genocide people.
Yeah. I think that's the manifestation of her regret, because
Yeah,
she
for
was
sure.
like
Yeah.
tortured. She had all these horrible things happen to her and her people. She goes on this vengeance arc. She does all these things to fuck up everyone and everything, and she's using her power to do this retribution. It's almost like the theme of Daenerys. How everyone's talking about how, well, everyone used to talk about years ago when I was engaging with that lore community, how women are so inspired by Daenerys because Daenerys is one of us. She's victimized in the same way that a lot of us are, and she takes back her power in order to turn things around in regards to Khal Drogo. She could have just been like, you know, a
How the
woman who's like
turntables.
sad and abused and all this stuff, but she was like, no, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of this man and make him my Khal instead of me being his Khaleesi. And she literally dominated his own fucking Khalasar, and from there she wields his power by making him like really love her, and so then wields his power to get the things that she needs to do all the things that she needs to like take back a life worth living. Because if you look at Daenerys' life, having been, you know, her family killed, she's been exiled, her brother has been abusing her, her brother sold her, she's been bought by this guy who raped her on their wedding night, and all this other stuff, like, all the shit that she had to go through. It's her taking her power back and then using that power to help other people, to liberate other people who are like her. And it's why, like, I will never, ever, ever stop being on. I will always be pro Mikola and pro Daenerys. You guys can't stop me. You're going to have to kill me too. Because that's what she's trying to do. She's naive in the same way that Mikola is. But this is what she's trying to do, and she's effectually using her power that way. And in the book so far, she hasn't done anything but be a wonderful person. She liberates all these people. She tries desperately to save them when they've been displaced. When the masters in cities that she had previously sacked and liberated, when the masters are coming back into power, she's like, oh, no, fuck you. You know, you can all seek refuge in Marine. So it's just a whole thing. And then, like, all the sick people coming to the gate, she takes her Unsullied, who is scared of nothing, and against everybody's counsel says, no, we're bringing these people medicine. We're bringing them goat's milk for their poor bellies. We're bringing them bread, and we're bringing them medicine. And she did that with her own hands. And that's the moment in the book, by the way. That's the Misa moment where they all pick her up and they're like, oh, la 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 la. Because they can't believe that this woman would liberate them and then give them refuge. And even though everyone in the city is refusing to let them through the gates, she comes with her own bare hands, bearing food and comfort and medicine and encouragement and inspiration. And she tells them, you know, like, I'm your liberator. I'm not here to be your queen to rule over you. I'm here to be your queen that you can follow if you choose to, and all this other stuff. The point of me saying all this is that eventually there's a lot of people in the lore community who say, oh, I see the signs that she's a tyrant. Oh, I see the signs that she's going to take it too far. Oh, I see the angry, abused woman is going to go fucking crazy and kill everybody. And literally, that's literally what happens in the show. And it makes me so mad. It makes me so angry that that's where we took this. It just feels like well, it was
also an entirely rushed character arc too, so it made no sense even within the realms of where the show was going, because it was so sudden and so nonsensical. Like, it definitely could have gone that way, within like 5 more seasons.
Yeah, but I
Not
think
one.
hey, your point's right. Like it misunderstands like feminine rage, like what that's supposed to be.
Yes, 100%. And it also it vilifies retribution to an extent that is not like what they're trying to do. It is marry Marika to Daenerys, and they are two separate things.
Mm-hmm.
At least so far they are.
Well, the thing with Marika is Marika did, like, within the realms of the story, did straight up genocide people.
She did, yeah.
There's no contesting that. She straight up fucked up an entire nation of people.
Yeah,
right.
And I'm not contesting that.
It was very much a vengeful thing. It was
Yes.
very much a fuck you did this to me kind of thing.
Yes, and I'm not.
That's where I say, like, she definitely perpetuates a cruelty that happened to her. And the thing is, that's not something where it's like, yeah, genociding people was out of line, but you can understand where she was coming from.
I kind of genuinely feel like the genociding people was part of like the power getting like
well,
I genuinely feel like
feels vengeful and suddenly they can get that revenge just with the snap the snap of some literal fingers. She can get her revenge finally. Yeah, she might have went a little bit overboard.
Yeah,
yes, but also I think there was definitely like a political role to like the genocide. Like I definitely think that was like partially like it was vengeance.
That doesn't make it any better.
No, I'm definitely saying it doesn't, but I think that like it's very interesting to see like how when she first becomes a god and she goes back to her village and leaves that tree, it's the kindness of gold without order. So like she's like hopelessly adhered to kindness in the beginning, but like that falls away eventually.
Well,
yeah.
she literally surrenders it and leaves it in her shaman village and like abandons it, and then she's like full order. But what I was trying to say, because we've derailed quite far from what I was trying to get to.
Fucking immensely.
but not really. I mean, not really. I'm just saying the point that I was trying to make with the Daenerys thing is what I'm trying to say we derailed from. We derailed from it a little bit because now we're saying no, yeah, fuck Marika, which yes, I agree. But what I'm trying to say is that the problem here inherently is that George might be trying to write the same story two different ways. He does that a lot. He writes the same story over and over and over and over. I can't, you guys. I fucking can't. If Daenerys is that journey, if Daenerys is Marika's journey, I'll fucking lose my shit. I will lose it because for someone who's so good at writing victims taking their power back, I don't want to see Daenerys do this. I don't want to see her be Marika.
I think
maybe it's just the consequence of him being a man. I don't know.
I wouldn't go that far. It's so, and there is merit to like not fully understanding something, but empathy is not a wholly one gender thing. You can empathize.
No, of course not.
That something
I think
sucks no matter what gender you are. And if
what
you
I mean by that,
a psychopath.
I don't think that's
what I mean by that is he might be like just viewing the like what's the best way to put it? Like
I think there's enough differences between like Marika and Daenerys. I have not read the book.
Using his empathy can only get him so far because he's putting himself
hold on, wait. Let's hear Black Man out, and then I want to hear you out, Callista.
I couldn't hear him. I
was just saying that like I'm pretty sure I think Marika's like origin is real, like just it's so different in a way that Daenerys is. I think I don't know. America seems more like a kind of initial reaction. But if we're just talking about the Daenerys in the show, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you know what it is lazy writing is what it is. But
Oh yeah, for sure.
but Daenerys
Oh, yeah.
in the books is, first of all, the Daenerys in the show never was as wonderful or as much a literal hero and liberator as the Daenerys in the books. The Daenerys in the books is selfless. The Daenerys in the books is constantly reflecting on what choices she has made and what choices she should make as like a person in a position of power. And one of my favorite quotes by her is she says, what is a king or queen? Like, what are they for if not to protect and serve their people? What other purpose do they have? It's literally to victimize them, to exploit them. And so she understands how to be a good person in a position of power, and she's constantly trying to be that way. And when intrusive thoughts happen, like she's so mad at the masters who have strung up these children all the way from Astapor to Marine. They've stringed them up and they've tortured them. They're out there in the desert sun, exposed to the elements. They're dying. And by the time she comes to them, it's too late to save them. They're showing her that she's powerless to help these people and that they will suffer by their own hand, and there's nothing she can do about it. And she has to stomach this, that not only is this going to happen no matter what, but that they're doing this to these children because of her. So she has to like hold this in her heart all the way until she gets to Marine. And then she fucking destroys them. And then she wants to kill all of them. It's in her head. She's thinking about it. That's her knee-jerk reaction, which is warranted. I would feel the same exact way.
An understandable knee-jerk reaction to want to murder a bunch of people that just tortured a bunch of fucking people to get at you.
Yes.
Is there a parallel to the Two Fingers with Daenerys in the beginning?
Hold on. Before we derail, let me finish what I was saying.
Don't derail yet.
Before we derail. But then I would love for you to say what you're saying. So the reason I'm saying all this is because what this does is it gets us into a position where we can see inside her mind, because we see her thoughts, we see her thought process. We know that she's having these feelings. But you know what she does? She says, I cannot let anger rule my people. I cannot let the same bitterness that landed them in requirement of liberation be what rules them and liberates them. And she says, I must rule with kindness that was not shown to these masters. So she literally tells that the masters didn't show to their slaves. So she tells the masters, you can stay in your positions of power, but you owe everyone that you ever owned a certain amount of money. So she's talking about reparations. And she does the most fucking based shit. She does reparations. She gets all these people like, we're gonna adjust this economy. We're gonna make sure that people have jobs. And if you need slaves, you're gonna hire them. Yeah, she's like, if you need slaves in the same positions that they were in before, you can work that out with them lawfully and hire them, but they are no longer your slaves, and you will pay them a wage and all this other stuff. Like she does in the book, she does this wonderful stuff, and it just gets more and more difficult because these people are like, the masters get angry at her because they hate that they are being forced to equalize with the rabble. And then the people who are liberated slaves, they are angry with her because one of the slaves violently murders one of the masters, which you can't blame him at all. But Daenerys is now tasked with deciding how is she going to handle his, like, what kind of law enforcement
She has to
does
keep,
she execute.
Yeah, she has to
Loads
keep
of
some
people.
kind of justice and order.
Yes, and loads of people aren't, from the master's side are telling her he needs to be executed for executing someone else. And loads of people aren't, that she liberated are saying, show us the quality of leader you are. Don't execute him. Give him some other kind of consequence. Put him in prison or something else. Spare him. Because he's one of your liberated people, and he's suffered in this way, and this is like a natural reaction or whatever. She decides that the best form of justice is to have this man killed. So he's hanged. And this causes a huge rift between a huge faction of freed slaves and a huge faction of masters. And now there's like a group of people on both sides that are trying to assassinate her. She's trying desperately to rule, blah, 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 blah. So the difference here is that, like, I can see how in Daenerys' story, how over time and doing it the right way and meticulously, like, they might try to make the lesson here is that you have to rule with cruelty. Like, but I just don't see her doing that, because we've already seen the way her brain works. Like, we already see the way she talks to herself. We already see where her moral compass is. And I don't think people fundamentally change that way. I really don't. And then I think that when it comes to Marika, we aren't shown any of that. What we are shown is that from the start, we see Marika as this horrible bitch, this horrible person who's done horrible things and destroyed her world. And then
I feel like that's
I don't know. Personally, like, some of the first things I saw was just how everyone worshipped her and she was the god of light and all that. Only way later on do we figure out, like, all the atrocities she does.
You can worship a shitty person, to be fair,
Yeah,
but yeah.
of course.
What I wanted to ask, and have been wanting to ask for a while, is why are we then relating Book Daenerys to Elden Ring Marika, and not Book Daenerys to video game Mikola?
Okay, I do. The reason why we were talking about this is because I do relate Book Daenerys to video game Mikola. But what I'm afraid of, what I'm horrified of, is that what Daenerys is Marika's journey. If that's what it turns out to be, I'll be so fucking heartbroken.
Yeah,
I was about to say...
The reason I ask that is, why is that the fear in the first place? If
Because
Daenerys
the
is
show.
literally nothing... Well, yeah, but the show was written by fucking idiots.
Well, the reason why the idiots got the rights to run the show is because George asked them certain questions about how it ends and about, like, who's Jon Snow's parents and all this stuff, to see if they paid attention. And they answered correctly enough that that's the way it is. And if you read the first manuscript of how George wanted the story to go, it doesn't look like what they did in the show is too far off. And if you read Wild Cards, which is another thing that George has written, there's a character in there that has, like, this incredible power to manipulate water. And, like, they're trying to be a good person, they're trying to be a good person, they're trying to be a good person. They're engaging with all these other people who have powers. They're engaging with huge governments and their armies and all this other stuff. And finally, in the end, horrible things happen, and they're like, you know what? Just flood it all. And so that's literally what they do. They destroy the fucking world with their power. And so it's like, we've already seen him do this, but we know that he rewrites the same stories over and over and over in different and fascinating ways. I'm so scared that he's gonna do this with Daenerys because of the show, because of Wild Cards, because of, I have good reason to think that he might. And that's why I'm saying, like,
I can say one thing that might make you feel better in that regard.
Go ahead.
I think some people are comparing Mikola to Griffith from Berserk, right?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people.
I think in the same way, a lot of people try to compare Marika to Daenerys. Yeah, there's some parallels, but there's just a lot of key things that are different in so many ways that you can view the parallels and, like, compare them, but there's going to be a lot of contrast, and I don't think you need to worry about them being just like one-to-one retellings in that kind of way.
Well, and George doesn't do one-to-one retellings anyway. Like, the details change. Like, in the same way that Daenerys is also akin to the Amethyst Empress, right? I think what might make you feel better is that I think, yes, some of the plot beats, like Dany's dragons causing huge fires in King's Landing, I do think those things are going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's telling a story that Daenerys as a individual is this really empathetic person and all that. And it's the powers of having a dragon behind you that's the dangerous part. And like they're mentally connected to their dragons, right? So like her natural instinct to kill them all at that one point is a reflection of perhaps the dragons that she has this like mental bond with. And I do think the story is going to come down to her causing an atrocity amidst Fagon, that is a character that wasn't in the show, who competes for the throne and is probably a Blackfire, but either way, most likely a Targaryen pretender and not a real Targaryen. But he's going to get there first. And essentially, Daenerys is going to, like her story keeps showing us, have to adjust and, like, adapt to the way things are. And that's probably what's going to lead her north. And I do think Jon is going to kill her, but I do think it's going to be more of a sacrifice, getting rid of magic kind of thing.
See, I'm hoping... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just think it's really... to balance out all the positivity, I think it's really unfortunate that Elden Ring does decide not to give, like, any way for you to, like, pursue, like, Nicola's ending, because Nicola's ending is absolutely, like, choosing kindness over, like, the repetition of the cycles of violence, and, it's... Yeah, I definitely would agree, like, it almost... is like you have to choose cruelty over kindness, and the game forces you to do so. And it's like in the story of America, like she eventually chose cruelty over kindness, and like that's one of the reasons why everything in the world is the way it is now. And so it's like just a repeating story that like doesn't seem to be changing per se, and that's a little upsetting.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that. Go ahead.
I think the reason why the stories are so cyclical in their like the theme is so much of a cycle, because I mean in reality, in the real world, cycles of violence are absolutely a thing. We will repeat behaviors that were taught to us and then like turn generational trauma into generational cruelty, and what makes the difference is the choice of the individual. When the individual decides to stop the cycle, and I think we consider the story of Elden Ring as everyone else is the main character, and we completely and consistently forget the Tarnished is the main character. It is up to you to change the cycle or not.
Yes, but I do think that like when you just look at the story as a whole, like Mikola is like without a doubt choosing to break the cycle at every turn, and it is almost like a slap in the face that like no ending that you can choose does the same thing. Like at best, Ronnie's ending like removes people's, or Ronnie and Goldmask's ending both remove people's ability to like to see or affect order in any way, so that it becomes more like a fact of life, I guess. But I don't know if that's any kinder than the world that they live in now.
Yeah, I actually agree with both of you, because I think Tweaks is right, and what he said is like pretty profound. And I think someone else has said that to me. I think Jack actually has said that same thing to me. But because he was like, "Why is it so important that it's Mikola to you?" And I explained just exactly what you did, basically, Callista. That's important. And so in a world like the one we live in right now, it's so fucking important to, I don't know, like, properly portray that kindness is the answer to horribleness. And
Right.
I feel like it's in a way irresponsible to say otherwise. However, I don't think that that's what, I think that Tweaks is right. I don't think that that's what they're saying. I think they're more saying that yes, but it's not up to Mikola to force everyone to be kind. It's up to people to choose to be kind. But then that brings me back to why I got so emotional the other day, which is just like, if I could force everyone to be kind, I fucking would, and fuck all these fucking fucking people, and blah 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 blah. So I don't know. It's a cycle that feeds itself with more horribleness, and I hate it.
The trouble with forcing people to be kind, right? And this isn't a me complaining about Mikola forcing people against their will to be nice. What I'm about to say is the problem with forcing anybody to do anything, either with charms or with anything, is that is such a fragile alliance. Like, when you consider it was as simple as Mikola breaking his rune, and suddenly it all fell apart.
Yes and no.
Everybody that was following her, save for like a few, turned on each other. And that was just a small group. Now imagine a world. That would be chaos. That would have been absolute fucking chaos.
I think one of the greatest issues that you come back to, and like the whole like making everyone be kind to each other, is just that like this history of Elden Ring is like such that like certain people have had it worse, or like have been put through like more shit. And so like how do you bring a world into equality when it's already been so unequitable for so long that like just snapping your fingers and making things equal would feel unequal, you know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you don't.
I mean,
I think that's the point with Mikola's charm breaking, is how swiftly everyone turned on each other, and they weren't necessarily wrong for doing so, because a lot of them had wronged each other in some way. They were really only working with each other because of the charm. The charm was a lie. It was a beautiful lie, but it was a lie.
Well, yeah. But I mean, the thing is like I empathize with that, because I feel like sometimes we do kind of need to believe in something, and even if that something that we believe in is a beautiful lie that we've all decided to tell ourselves, like if it motivates us to do better and to have a better world, how bad is that, you know? And I think that like it's,
well, yeah, that for me is ultimately like the flaw of human nature. Is like, for me, there have been a lot of times where I could have been a vindictive fucking asshole and chose not to, because I felt it was morally wrong to do so. Not everybody feels the same way that I do, however. I've come to accept that, and that acceptance came purely out of necessity to not lose my fucking mind, because if I expected everybody to act the way that I do, I would absolutely go insane. Kind of the same way where, you know, why won't these people just play nice? Why won't they just be fucking nice to each other? I wish I could just snap my fingers and make them be nice to each other. But because that is not something that's possible, we kind of, we have to let go of that notion, unfortunately. And I feel like with Mikola, while he could literally make people play nice, that's why I mentioned the fragility of his method. And I think maybe he realized the fragility of his method as well, which is why he shattered the rune of his own volition. He could have probably used it to make that better world. But what happens if his rune is shattered against his will, and the entire world,
I feel like,
basically pretending to make nice under this lie.
Yeah.
And now they're no longer under this charm. Now you have an entire world that is living with each other that is about to light itself on fire.
And that brings me back to, so basically, Callista, everything you're saying, I said on Friday, and then like had like a huge like boo-hoo thing about it, because I feel very strongly in agreement with you, very strongly. But you know who
I see where Kix is coming from, but I also just feel
same.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I still feel like it. Okay, so everybody keeps talking about free will, blah, blah, blah. Why does everyone think all of their entire agency is removed because you're forced to not murder somebody? All of your every single personal choice that you want to make can't be made because now you're being forced to not rape people. Like we literally have laws and law enforcement for that. So what if you didn't have to have laws and law enforcement? What if you could just say, no more rape, no more molestation?
The choice to restrict violence, it gives more agency than it takes away, I think, in that like the people who would have their agency stripped away by being victimized
like violence.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, and that's my argument too. And do you know who I really want to thank you, Tweaks, for holding your position and explaining it so well. Because I think that you and Rivu do that beautifully. And you know who I would really like to join in the conversation, since I have Callista on my team? I would love if Rivu would jump in the chat and help us understand each other, because
he did just say 4 highs.
He's here. I love Rivu so much. I love when he talks. He's just so wise, and I think also has, you know, life experiences that relate to these things and can lend perspective that I'm just, you know, as me being me, I can't relate to, so then I can't see his perspective. But he like Tweaks just did, is able to get me to understand by just explaining so eloquently and so beautifully, and just a wonderful, beautiful person, and I need him in this space.
Well, and I would like to say as well, the reason I am explaining what I am isn't because I disagree that it would be a beautiful place that Nicola could create. It's just, I'm coming at it from the perspective of something like that is so easy to break, and once it breaks, you almost have a worse problem now.
I almost feel like the place to use like a charm that's so fragile and then breaking it yourself is like just proof that like, and this is also how they wrote it, so this is how I'm choosing to like view it. But I do think that like however they choose to write the story is going to like set a precedent for how it's received. So like they could have made Nicola more or less, you know, sympathizable.
Guns with, and he could have just kept the charm going. That was his choice too. But he broke it himself, and I think the reason why he broke it himself is because he might have realized the exact same thing, where it's like,
and hoping that everyone chooses kindness, but then
it's like,
we failed him.
That this works, but
it didn't.
Like hoping against a hope, basically, where it's like purely because he realized, right? It's like, I can fix things using my innate power, but what if I die? What if it's shattered against my will? But what if it's done and I can't stop it?
Yeah.
In my personal opinion,
my world crumbles down.
Well, it's their world when you die. But anyway,
I feel like it's like a shame or guilt of not wanting to like use coercive magic and like trying to just like dispose of it as soon as like possible. I think that's kind of part of the like, it was always an instrument to use the charm to like reach the end of making the world a better place, but like, you know, as soon as that's not needed, the goal was to get rid of it. As soon as it's not needed to have like some sort of violence in the picture, you get rid of it, I think. And I think that's
actually inherently the problem. But yes, I fully agree. But I just want to say, welcome aboard, Revu. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi.
We are very happy that you are here, and we really want you to engage with this conversation. I don't know how long you've been listening. How long have you been listening?
I just joined.
I'm gonna be real fast.
I had a rehearsal till like midnight. I just got home. It's 1-ish right now.
Yeah, you sound tired.
No, it's actually, it is 1-ish. It's okay. But hi.
Hi.
E.P. Reboot.
Hi.
No.
Mikala. Is that we're talking about Mikala?
Yeah,
Of course we're talking about Mikala.
we're talking about, yeah, it's literally the same. It's literally where we left off on Friday, where like you can imagine, I just cried, Callista cried with me. We said the exact same things. We both feel very strongly in the same way, and you know, Tweaks shares your viewpoints, but also is like doing a really good job of like bridging the gap between the position that you share and where we are. And go ahead, Callista.
We were talking about Daenerys in America and Nicola and that whole like can of worms, and I was gonna say, I think it's interesting just how much America's story involves her like embracing this very like patriarchal, warmongery like side of like doing politics, rather than the kindness that she would have ostensibly started out with the whole like kindness without gold, or the kindness of gold without order, rather.
Maybe that started after she got rid of Godfrey.
Maybe that was
like the like one of the first things they did was, one of the first things they did was shut down the Colosseum.
Well, you know, it's interesting because Godfrey seems to be like, I don't know.
The way he treats Morgoth is very kind.
Yeah, compared to how America supposedly treated him, like
it makes
him
you
underground.
wonder, like, did he go visit him underground? Like, what's the story there? Because they have a history together.
But maybe this might sound a little crazy, but we don't see Horalu interact with Morgoth, do we? Technically,
no, we don't.
No.
So maybe that was like more Siraj than actually, the guy.
Perhaps.
That makes sense.
But he still would have had Siraj the entirety of his like.
Yeah, no, they definitely. Even if Horalu was like, another kid, I still think they probably still had enough of a connection because they knew each other like his whole lifetime. And Horalu ultimately they just like big, strong guys. So Morgoth was like, as an omen, that and like a T.
That makes sense. This is why, can I just be honest with you guys? Of course I can. This is why I love this game so much, because look at the different perspectives and the different angles, and like the more I listen to you beautiful people whose opinions I respect and whose minds are, sound, and people that I enjoy having in my space that see things differently. Just it's so amazing to me that there's a story that's crafted as well as this, with premise and themes as controversial, for lack of a better term, as far-reaching and as personal as these are, and political. It's just beautiful to see the kind of conversation that we can craft out of this, which is why I keep doing this, because I think this is more compelling than me just sitting here on my soapbox saying boohoo, waham, Mikola.
And hey, I mean, I wasn't here for part of the conversation, but we've talked about this. Just because I disagreed with Mikola's methods doesn't mean that I didn't think they were a nice thought. It's just like I very early on, like into buying Elden Ring, or like Elden Ring's DLC and playing it and stuff like that. I very early on realized that it was never going to work, because
me too. The whole time I was like, oh please.
I know the human condition all too well. It was never going to work.
I figured it wasn't going to work just because it was too good to be true. But
Yep.
Even when I got to like Saint Trina, I was like, maybe Mikola might not do the.
Yeah.
When given the choice, there are some people that will choose kindness, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people that will not. And I think Elden Ring is a very interesting character study into that very thing. And Marika is actually a good example. Not everybody chooses the kind option. She chose it for a little bit, but was convinced not to. And the fact that she was convinced not to is like one of the things about like empathizing and understanding someone else is the key to understanding someone else is understanding that there is always a reason to what's going on in their head. There's always a method to the madness, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't make their actions any better. It doesn't make their actions any less evil or any less bad, but it helps you to understand that that is a human thing, that from their perspective there was a very good reason. It just didn't, it doesn't, you just have to also accept the fact that doesn't excuse the behavior.
Yeah.
America's a perfect example of that. She had a very good reason for doing the things that she did. It's still not, you still can't excuse the things that she did.
Right. And I think the limitations in like the choosing kindness are like what you're saying is like not everyone is going to choose that of their own free will. And so like forcing that onto anyone or making that a coercive like thing of the world is rather, it misses the point, you know? And like I totally see that. But I do wish that like there was some,
be nice.
yeah, I do wish that there was some like I definitely see a lot of like Ronnie's actions, because like before the DLC I definitely viewed Ronnie as like the good ending, you know? But like even with her like behavior, like there's definitely a lot of like
would you say she's cold?
Towards, yeah.
She abandons the world. She abandons the world,
choice.
and like literally it casts us into night where probably only the Nox would survive that because they're underground, and it would be this terrible, frigid like thing into fear, doubt, and loneliness, like which is literally the things that Mikola's like casting aside, which
Yeah, with Ronnie, her whole thing is like, I'm just gonna flip the table upside down and see how that works.
Yeah, fuck this joint.
The upright table isn't working.
Well, in a sense, I kind of feel like Ronnie's decision is to make like, this is really hard to convey, but like, there's, I remember like in Judaism, there's like this idea of like when God like decided to like stop being so miraculous, like the world itself was like less full of miracles, like
it's more, she's very
magic
logical.
itself stopped.
It's very logical.
It was
a very logical way of solving the problem, but it's like as a pun, it's a very cold way of doing it.
It really is, yeah.
I feel like her solution is to deprive the world of magic.
It's trying that.
I think.
She's trying to set. Oh yeah, I probably am. Am I better now?
Yeah, you are. Go ahead.
Okay. She's trying to set a baseline that might work better than the baseline that there is currently, is how I see it, right? Like she's trying to make something that can function on its own, because clearly the meddling of gods is not it's not fixing the problem, and the
Yeah.
problem is just getting worse.
But the way she says it, the way she
It's
says it
very
is like
cold and detached.
she's going to take the gods and the power of the gods and the influence of the gods and the Elden Ring and everything else, and she's going to do whatever she's going to do with it. She's not telling you, shut the fuck up, mind your business. And she's going to go way the fuck away, and she's going to go for a party in like fucking Fiji, and you're going to do your thing, and she's going to be like, deuces, bitch. In my opinion, her ending is like the most fucking metal. But anyway, keep going.
That honestly, that's kind of why I like her ending, because it's she's flipping the table upside down and just going, deal with the underside of the table. The top side was fucked, so let's see how this works. I'm going this way, taking all the power that fucked everything up, and I'm going to space.
I definitely respect the decision to remove it all from like human hands and to say like, hey, this might not be helping anybody. So like all this like divine power, like I'm going to put this back in the like divine realm where it belongs, and we can let the humans be humans again and like figure that shit out for themselves. Yeah. No more miracles for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Miracles fucked everything
That's
up.
not miracles.
Were you saying something, Reaver?
Yeah.
What were you
So,
saying?
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. No, I just said yeah. I was making an interjection to like start talking about something.
Yeah, that's why we spoke.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, this is like, it's a little like convoluted and long, but I'll try and
I love it.
make it as concise as possible.
Don't worry. We're used
We
to
love
it. We're in this conversation.
Okay.
We all are.
Yeah, literally, I'm
Get
the
on
worst,
with it.
so- Yeah, please.
Don't tempt me. Okay, so here, one of the reasons that I really like the Rani ending, is because it ultimately respects that we'll figure it out. It's as simple as that. Let me like, I mean, I know that just sounds like a blanket.
Imagine.
Yeah. Here's why. Okay. So, one of the general beliefs that I have about the nature of why is Apollo's message being hidden? What the fuck? Yeah. So,
It's because it was all caps. Fuck yeah.
no, it's because it said Revo's based, and that's just lies. But so.
Reboot based, and YouTube was just like, no.
No. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
with a
So.
big no.
Right. So okay. Let me give you the longest version of it. Let me start at the ending of the DLC.
Yes.
And this is you're just gonna have to go with me for a second because some of this is like bullshit. It's like my bullshit. Okay. How many of you know Doom Eternal?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still need to play it, but I know it.
I thought the
You know it, yeah.
Like
Okay.
it a little.
Are you-
It's a good
Are you
game.
all aware of this? Sorry, one sec. I just need to bump up Black Man's volume. It's like really low, so I can't. There we go. Black Man.
Is it low? I haven't heard my own
No.
voice.
Yours is fine. I think I bumped it down from my end for some, like, I think your volume was really high like a few months ago when we were watching something.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's no, it's fine.
It sounds fine to me, so I think like review.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I fixed it. I fixed it for myself. Thanks. Sorry. Don't worry
I've
about
never
it.
messed with mic audio, so I don't know if I'm too low or too high. Or
You
anything.
sound perfect.
It's
Yeah, you're good.
you sound perfect. It's
Alright,
fine. It's
good,
good
good.
now. It was just really low for me. Like anyway. Right. So here's why I'm bringing up Doom Eternal. There's a general idea, and I think one of the names of the tracks by Mick Gordon for Doom Eternal specifically,
So
kind of really, what's the word? It really drives home this concept of what the Doom Slayer is, like the character you play, the Doom guy.
yeah. Doom
And the song is called. I mean, I'm sure some people know this. It's called "The Only Thing They Fear Is You."
It's
Yeah.
literally
Might have heard of it.
song
Might have heard of it.
It's literally my
Yeah.
favorite song in the Doom soundtrack.
Yeah.
Is it the only thing
It's-
they fear is you?
Yeah. So here's the reason I bring it up is because one of the base principles of Doom Eternal is that you're actually the most hardcore enemy in the game. Like everybody else is like way weaker than you. The whole like feeling of playing Doom Eternal is that you're and the game kind of has lore which kind of presents puts you in a direction of like you're actually the boss fight for all of them, and they're all gonna lose. That's the feeling.
Handedly taking on the legions of hell.
Yeah. And there are very good reasons that are not fully known to you because it follows like the Born Yesterday kind of like principle of you woke up with amnesia. And, like,
am I?
yeah. And because of that, like everyone's just like afraid of you, but you're not necessarily sure why that is. But you're just hardcore, you just kill people. And like the Doom Eternal second DLC ends in a fight that is essentially a fight of approximately equals, somewhat. Actually, that's really important in the context of Elden Ring to me because of the soundtrack of the fight with Miquella. There's a number of elements in the fight with Miquella and Radahn that point at how important your presence in that room is. One of them, of course, being like is it the circle? No, it's a remembrance of Miquella, which says something in the lines. It basically points at you. Like the last line of it is that there was one who would not something. Give me a second to just find that line. But yeah. Fuck.
I was literally about to open my inventory and start looking before I realized that I'm not on fucking Elden Ring, I'm on Conan. I was like, hold on, I'll check, and I hit tab, and I'm like, this isn't Elden Ring. Wait a minute.
Does anybody remember which thing that is? It's not the remembrance of a god and lord, it's something else. Is it Spira?
I got it. What, you like the Circlet of Light?
Possibly the circlet. What's the last line on that?
This circle was the very foundation upon which Miquella's Age of Compassion would be built, should it have ever come to pass. No, so I don't think it's that one.
Should it have ever come to pass? There's some item somewhere where it basically like points at you, like except one. Like everyone would like have their heart stolen except one. Like one person so based, so Chad would appear. It's like essentially the feeling of it. I'm not necessarily sure which one that is.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what I've said about the Tarnished in general. Is the Tarnished very much seems like the
the thing that's really the thing that's really happening in that fight. Well, okay, the thing to say that it's really happening suggests that that's the only opinion. What I mean is, like, to me, one of the things that's happening is that fight is as much a boss fight where Miquella and Radahn are the boss fight for you, as much as you are the boss fight for Miquella and Radahn. Yeah. Here's why I'm saying that. Here's the other reason I'm saying that. The music in Miquella's boss fight, when you're fighting Radahn, it's just a 3/4. It's like a weird like march kind of thing. It's like a waltz march kind of thingy. But the moment Miquella shows up, and the voices start going, and all the percussion happens, and like we start crying, every single time. That bit, you know, the part.
Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah,
all that. So when that beat emerges, there's something really important that's happening, which points at a million things in the game. The beat that's playing in that moment is a flamenco 12. It's 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2. You can listen to it and you'll see. It's the drum beat at the back is a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2, which is like the classic flamenco 12. It's like what a blues shuffle like is to the blues is what this is to the flamenco. The reason I bring this up is because the flamenco is the music of the Romani. It comes from the Romani. And what is the Romani but like the story of the nomads, of the world, of the real world that we live in. Now, I'm gonna let's put a pin on that for like 1 second. I'm sorry to talk like I'm on a Zoom call for like a work from home situation. But let's put a pin on that for. We'll circle back to that. But let's put a pin on that. But remember that for a second, because now I kind of want to talk about the nomads. The nomads are really interesting to me from like multiple perspectives. One of them is the fact that the nomad, and I've said this before at some point, but like the nomad cookbooks, the nomadic warrior cookbook has a line, Kate, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just go to like one of the cookbooks.
She's getting fucking tormented by mages, and I'm laughing at it.
Yeah, I was. So like,
You should watch
if
the stream. I'm not even watching.
It's on my other
where are the cookbooks? Are they?
It's
craftable.
It's somewhere in the inventory.
Maybe it's.
Of course, it's in the inventory. You fuck.
Yeah, I think they're in the key items.
And you want a nomadic cookbook?
They're at the base of the Also, keep in mind, we're all seeing this like at delay. So once you find it,
Here, I'm gonna start streaming in Discord as well, so that we can be all on the same page.
I think the description that Revi was looking for might be in the Light of Mikola incantation.
No, I'm looking for something that's in. The
one you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. No. This is the one. Nomadic Warrior Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by roaming nomad warriors. Contains knowledge for surviving in the face of utter scarcity. I find that like fascinating as a statement, because scarcity is like the perfect balance, like dichotomy statement for an age of plenty. An age of plenty is really relevant to the world of like Elden Ring. Everyone has their sustenance from the idea that Marika is the custodian god of the world, of the tree, and everybody gets their sustenance from the golden tree sap or whatever, and the tears and all of that shebang.
And then you still have the nomads who have apparently trained themselves to live without that.
Exactly. Now, what's fun about that? What's next and fun about that is that the Nox have a conversation about like a flowing sword, a flowing something. Flowing is an important statement for them. Their first, if we're following the logic that Kate has presented, and I really agree with it. Like the idea that the Eternal City, the unnamed Eternal City was called Leyndell Eternal City, and that was thrust down. So that's where it began, and I love the idea that like the Nox sort of traveled along the Ainzel and the Shifra, and they created Noxtella and Nokron and all that in like along the banks of that. And they sort of found their own. Yeah, they're both river civilizations, right? Unlike the civilizations on like top side, which are like whatever, they're kind of just like living on plains and steppes and various kinds of mountains and volcanoes and stuff. They're living in very weird like circumstances. They don't have agriculture. They're just depending on the idea. Like you only have agriculture really once agriculture tech shows up in the Land of the Reeds, and it's based on the idea that people die. Whereas
no one has to worry about anything. People just build wherever.
Yeah. The world of like the world of the lands between look brilliant, but they're really like a foraging kind of ecosystem. It's probably like a self-sustaining ecosystem, but it really is a foraging ecosystem, which is really designed well for like a nomad kind of people. Not designed well, I mean like it's not designed well for anyone, but nomads would be the ones to, in a world of scarcity, figure out how to make use of the ingredients that are found in the world to like, sustain yourself. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a connection for me in the philosophy. The philosophy is present in the Nox, the nomadic warriors, and the nomads. I mean, of course, the nomadic warriors and the nomads, it's in the name. But there's more to that, because the Nox are a river civilization. One of their core things that they deal with in their real life, one of the core principles that they deal with in their real life is the idea that a river exists for them. And a river is a great metaphor for the idea of keeping things flowing. Now we know from the Blue Fairy, Blue Dancer, whatever, that the concept of keeping things flowing is a great way to avoid stagnation, which is how the rot was trapped. Whether that's behind the 2 sets of dams going into the Lake of Rot, or it's inside Millennia, or both in some way. Regardless of that, the philosophy is still the same. The idea that a flowing something, as long as it keeps flowing, it doesn't stagnate, and that, and this is something that From Software as a philosophy generally believe in, because if you think of if anybody's aware of Sekiro, then you're thinking of like the divine waters of rejuvenation and the divine child and Mibu village and stuff like that. So like if you're thinking in those lines, then you know that this is something that they like repeating and talking about generally. The idea that things need to keep moving. I mean, Dark Souls is just that. Things need to keep moving. It can't stagnate, otherwise we go hollow. What's happening for me is the idea of like the flowing river, the idea of keeping on flowing, to keep moving, to keep things moving, to always keep moving. What is a nomad also? A nomad doesn't stay in one place at one time, they keep flowing. The flowing of a river in the real world is very much a philosophy that is connected to the idea of like nomadic people, specifically the Romani. It shows up in like lots of stuff. It shows up in that kind of philosophy. So I'm just like making that connection. There's nothing directly pointing at that, but there's enough for me, for my own like reading of it. Not to say that this is fact, it's just that this is how I see the world, and like I'm projecting my shit onto Elden Ring, whatever, something. But like that's approximately how I sort of not file away, but like that's how I see the nomads. That's really interesting because like you, very early on in the game, the first like friendly person you meet is Kale, and Kale tells you to buy a crafting kit. He's initiating you, he's inducting you into the importance of being a crafting person.
Someone who can be self-sufficient.
To become someone who's self-sufficient, exactly. He wants you to be. I think he'd do that to anybody, really. Any tarnished who shows up. He's like, I recommend you do that, because this is like, what he's saying is that you're gonna need it. Is what he's saying. Yeah. Whether you need it or not is up to you. But from a narrative perspective, if he's saying that, that's the kind of world you're walking into, essentially.
He's just come to expect that you can't rely on the abundance of the world anymore. We have to rely on nomadic teachings, which is being able to live off of the things you find.
Yeah, precisely that. So he's inducting you into this. Now, what do you become as a general rule in the game? You do have like something of a hub, but you don't have a home. What you are doing is you are going on a long journey through the lands between to look at everything, to like experience everything, to gather everything. You find these stones to, make your weapons better. You find items and like flowers to make your ashes better. You find things, and you're living off the land to some degree. You are surviving off like, not the land, but like you're surviving off of scavenging. Scavenging is literally like one of the biggest mechanics. That's how you learn the story of the world. You're scavenging throughout. Now, what's fun within that is that even as you enter like the penultimate fight of the game, what is the thing that Godfrey tells you? Long and hard didst thou fight. Alas, I am returned, etc. But long and hard didst thou fight. The idea that you've been about and walking and being around everywhere. You've sustained yourself. You figured it out. You figured it out for all this time by yourself, and now you're here. Something. So the point is, you kind of have become a nomad in the world of the lands between, in my opinion. You don't really have a home. You're working towards becoming a.
Belong either. Like it's.
Yeah, you don't necessarily belong.
Yeah. It's that we don't have a home. It's that we feel wholly detached and separated from the workings of the lands between. Like it feels, rightfully so, that we've been dropped into a place that is completely unfamiliar to us. It doesn't.
Correct.
In no way does the land feel like a familiar.
Yeah. In fact,
place.
Another like sort of like, I guess, optimistic turn of the same idea is that we are. Our state of neutrality, or our state of like not neutrality, our state of like our center exists in Elden Ring as we keep moving. Does that make sense? Like, if you're not moving, then you're not playing the game. You're kind of stuck. Like the whole you know what I mean? Like
the entire
as long
objective is to be moving.
Is to keep moving.
Not staying in the same place.
Correct. In fact, like one of the base principles of like the game design is that if you're like sucking at a particular fight, just go somewhere else. Just turn left, turn right. Go somewhere else. Keep moving, and you'll learn, and you'll grow, and you'll get better. You'll get good, essentially. So, and those principles are like nomadic principles, in my opinion, within the context of what's happening with the game. You are kind of becoming that nomad character to some degree. That's fun. The other thing about the other reason I connect the nomads to the Nox is because it's to do with, and there was a discussion like a long time ago with somebody on Jack's server, which had to do with, I don't remember who it was. But it was a very cool discussion. But it had to do with the idea that like where you find the nomads in like in the caravan. You find the caravan. You know where you find the caravan, under the capital, and you find the Howl of Shabriri incantation, and it has something. The word despair is used very like seldom in the game, and the two scenarios in which it's used is in the context of the Howl of Shabriri, how like a profound something. I'm paraphrasing, and you know, like it's the vibe of Elden Ring. I'm not really like saying the real thing, but you know what I'm saying. Is the idea that it's some sort of like profound despair, something led to them get something howl, something. The three fingers showed up. Yay! That's not the tone of it, but you know what I mean. But like on the other hand, the other place where the word despair shows up is in the context of the what's it void spell, the fucking gravity well void spell, the one which like pulls spells into it.
Eternal darkness.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only other place where like despair sort of comes up, and there is the idea that whatever the Nox did to anger the greater will, which is probably they tried to create something which is like, in my opinion, at least, I mean, I feel like some other people also have this opinion. I think we've discussed this before, but it's the idea that the Nox tried to do something, possibly create Astel or find Astel, because they had access to like primeval current sorcery. They were making star seeds, and Astel is like a natural born star of the void and all that. So like the idea that they could create
outer gods, other than
they were trying to make something akin to they were trying to make something akin to like an outer god vassal beast concept, which could like go up against the elden beast. Their sky was the one that was taken away by the Earth Tree by virtue of light pollution. So like, at least that's one way to read it, but whatever. So it makes sense that like, in a world where there is a caste system, it's like an okay caste system, like a Nox being like the clergy, the nomadic warriors being like the warrior class or the Kshatriyas, and like the merchant class being the nomadic merchants. And then, we also have a world where the Hornsend exist and things like the Untouchables exist, which is a real, like, sub-class that exists within, like, say, Hinduism. These are real things that exist in the real world. They're, like, based on real things, and they're doing their own thing with it. So I find it very, like, easy to file those things sort of, like, roughly in the same place. I see all of them as, like, a loose hierarchy of, like, castes, almost, based on what roles they have. So I see them all as one thing. The nomads, the nomadic warriors, and the Nox. They're all like the same category of They're the same like group of people who have the same belief system, but they just do different things within the same system. So okay, why was I saying all this? Yeah, the reason I was saying all this is because I believe that we're nomads who are capable of, like, by the end of the game, very much, we are the lord of, like, regardless of what we've done, regardless of who we believe in, we are, like, a lord of, like, the nomadic people. We are an Elden Lord that represents the nomadic people. And we are showing up at a fight against Mikela, and the music that is playing is the music of the nomadic people. Whose boss music is really playing? Is that Mikela's music or is it mine?
Yeah. And that's, like,
I'm not saying it's true, but like that's how I file it for myself, basically.
Feeding into something that this isn't super prominent in Elden Ring. Sorry, I'm talking like really slow because I was trying to line something up while I'm building. It's not super prominent in Elden Ring, but one of the persistent lore theories for Dark Souls is that a lot of the gods and things like that, Gwyn specifically, deserved punishment, and we are the punishment.
Yeah.
We are the.
Yeah.
You know, when we step into a boss room, we hear boss music, and from their perspective, they're hearing their own boss music because fuck this asshole again.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
It would be like
so that would be applicable to every fight then, not just Mikola?
Yeah. Like we
kind of.
Carnage are essentially the boss fight for every other character.
I just feel like it's
game.
a little the one thing that seems sus about this to me, review, is it's a little bit like
I haven't really finished, but yeah.
Someone hates Mikola so much that they don't think he deserves this amazing music, and
Mikola has good music, but that's not his.
That's so true. That's so true. They're trying to steal the spotlight.
I agree. They're stealing his magic.
I fully disagree. I fully disagree. So I genuinely take issue with the idea that like the music, like a rhythm that belongs to like Romani nomad people are being is being like co-opted by a trust fund kid. He's an okay trust fund kid, but like for that to happen, that's kind of like the nature of the real world, which is why I hate it. Like the music of somebody else being co-opted by like a kid who's a DJ and is like, oh, I'm just gonna sample like a cool shitty.
Well, you
music.
look at him that way, but a lot of people look at him as breaking the status quo, even though he is his parents' child. He's still like, look at all the people who are nomads who followed him from one place to another because they're looking for liberation.
Kate, one sec. Kate, I hadn't finished my point, which like this had nothing to do with like Mikola necessarily. I brought this up because I was actually making a point about Rani. So like, sure, you're welcome to this, but like I wasn't done. The reason why I'm saying the Rani ending is like good, is because, in my opinion, like I'm just gonna simplify this because I've taken up so much time with the rest of the podcast. Rani is taking away all the divine bullshit that has nothing to do with us, but has so much control over us. Including grace. Grace is like a problem. Grace is the reason why we keep like living and dying. But grace is also the thing that allows us is really important because grace also means approval. Is the thing that allows us to have vision and have like the certainties of the world. But that's not to say that we can't figure out those certainties for ourselves, because we've done well in Elden Ring. Elden Ring's a hard game. We did pretty well. We were fine. We can make that work. If we can make that work, we can make a lot of things work. If there's a system of oppression at work at all times, then like by a higher power, then like we have like no hope. But if that's taken away and we're left to our own devices, then in our own time, we can probably work it out. Even if it sucks for a bit. Even if it sucks like profoundly for a bit. It might suck. It might fail like miserably. But we have nobody to blame but us in that scenario. And I kind of think that's ultimately fun. I think that's ultimately like worth doing. I think that's what Rani is enabling. The reason I had to tell you all the rest of it is to kind of make my point about we are very much representing the self-sufficient nomads by the end of the game. And I believe that boss fight points at the fact that the music is about our presence in that room. Because even item descriptions tell us about that fight is the fight of the two Elden Lords. Like it is the fight of two like regimes that are like fighting for the same like exact like office essentially. And so we're walking in as equals into that fight.
Yeah, and
more
what
so
better? Well, I guess to go to both your point and Kate's point, like it is partially our music and partially the music of.
Oh yeah. It's both. No.
It's the music of the fight itself. Right. It's not.
It tells the story of everything.
It's a music.
Yeah, it's not solely mine as well. Yeah. It's about the elements that come together. The drum beat is about us.
Yeah.
The choir can be about him. Whatever.
I was gonna say
that beat's about us.
The fact that they're both dancing beats that speaks to the fact that it's a duel, it's a partnership.
But those soaring sopranos, that's 100% mine and Mikola's. Back off.
So I was gonna mention, this is Bloodborne related, but it's very much relevant to what we're talking about right now. Ludwig's fight, Ludwig, however you want to pronounce it. His music isn't just the music of, it's not just his theme to big himself up. It is a song designed to tell the story of the fight, because as when you get into the fight, the initial sound is very chaotic. It's very, and like his
it's the story of the beast.
It's animalistic. There's almost nothing in that mind anymore that could be considered human. He is a fucking monster.
He has become
as you get into the second phase of the fight, it turns into like this kind of orchestral, almost like music that you could like dance to, right? Like this da 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 da, like that kind of like it has a rhythm to it that you can kind of picture yourself.
Because
like swaying your shoulders and making steps and doing like a ballroom dance, basically.
100%. Because like you're fully right. Because Ludwig, that's very much what you're doing with him, and it's not just you doing it with him. It's literally him doing it with himself. Because like
like you're both dancing around each other. You're making the steps to dodge around each other's swings. It's turned from this absolute chaotic mess of a scrap between the two of you into now it's kind of turned into forms. He's got his sword, he's swinging with rhythm and purpose now, and so are you, because you're making steps to counteract his.
Correct. To add to what you're saying, from a philosophical standpoint, in the Ludwig fight, it's a dance he's having with himself as well. Because for all this time, with all the old hunters that we hear about, because like the whole deal with the hunt is like, what is the line? Where is that line, right? Where is the line between the hunter and the hunted? Where is the line between the beast and the hunter? And Ludwig is so interesting because he's both succumbed but also has managed to hold on to something. And when he's got the sword in his hand, it becomes the story of like you're suddenly seeing that duality play out in front of you in real time. You're seeing both Ludwig.
He's seen his guiding moonlight again. But the reason I bring that up is because that's very reminiscent of Miquella's song, because it's not our theme song playing in his boss fight. It's that boss fight's music is telling the story of the battle
of the boss fight.
Of the two lords that are now locked in combat. You know.
I agree. I feel like I was just making the point of like the Doom Eternal nonsense that I was doing, just to bring attention to the fact that there's a lot of it which has to do with us, and the thing that has to do with us specifically to me is the flamenco beat, because like Miquella doesn't come from like Miquella's family is the family of like settlers. They're not settlers. Sorry, that's incorrect. What I mean is they are the shaman. They're village people. They're like they're rural and they're based in one area. The story of nomads has nothing to do with.
They brought the YMCA, the word of the YMCA, to the rest of the lands.
I mean, literally, young man.
Every time
there's no need to feel down. I said young man.
I'm gonna make that reference because I'm an idiot.
I wanted to make it earlier and I couldn't because people were like moving too quickly in the conversation. So thank you.
Yeah. Kate said the village people earlier, and I started laughing. I didn't get to make the reference, but I was like, I'm fucking stupid.
Tweaks, young man, you gotta eat the poo-poo. Sorry.
Young man, it's okay to feel sass. I said young
man.
I
said young man. Put your
hand in that fucking line from Danny.
I love that so much. Yeah.
What is that?
Sorry.
It's from the Game,
it's Game Grumps.
They were just talking about the village people and how like a lot of their songs were like, they were pretty gay. And he was like, young man, it's okay to feel sass. I said, young man, stick your hand in my ass.
Oh.
There's a different reason why he was bringing that statement up. Like, it's not like random and offensive.
It wasn't completely
because they were
random.
also
They were talking about something else, and it just contextually made sense.
Yeah, they were also talking about like a church in Uganda that has like really weird like homophobic propaganda, like very bad homophobic propaganda.
Yes.
And like all the statements that they were talking, like all the things that they were quoting were things that like that video's propaganda had in it. So it was like specific. They were being very specific about.
Well, yeah, and then they were just talking like it's funny how like so many things that got really popular. They got really popular back then. Like there was a lot of gay coding in them, but it's just it was hidden because it had to be, because back then it just wasn't socially acceptable to be that, so it had to be hidden in a lot of context clues.
One of them being the dance form called whacking, which is like there's a whole story with that.
Anyway, yeah. So getting back to the topic of two lords dancing and fighting each other. That's like I understand what Riva is saying, because that is something that has been done before in other FromSoft games, is telling a story through music. That's why music is a very important aspect to what's going on in Souls games and like Elden Ring, because it can tell a story and usually is.
Yeah, 100%. I was joking when I was saying what I was saying. I agree with Riva. I think Riva is 100% correct. But I do think that Tweaks' take on Rivu's what was saying is the most correct, because
it's the correct addendum. No, I agree.
Yeah, because I think that 100% those soaring high notes, that's 100% Mikola. That solo alto who's doing that, that's all Mikola.
Yeah.
So I think the vocals were 100% Mikola, but it's that beat 100% is us.
Yeah.
And then I think the Radon's fight, you can tell what's him, but I think there's some of
it's
that
him. No, Radon's fight is him.
But I think the tenor,
Radon's fight is fully him.
The tenor that's like going fucking apeshit, I think that's us.
Yeah, and that's
because that doesn't represent him at all.
Ultimately the point, right? Like that song is the story of the culmination of what it is the climax of the DLC. The battle that it was building up to, the battle between us and then Mikkel and Radon.
Yeah, Val brings up a really good point that George is the same way with music, even just in his books, like where you can't hear the music. But,
Oh, yeah. And that's like music is a great storyteller. So I always tell Kate, like, you really should play Final Fantasy XIV at some point, because of all of the MMOs that I have played, it is the only one that focuses as hard on its music.
Do you want to talk about, if you want to talk about a game that like tells its story with music, Nier Automata?
Yeah, so Nier Automata's music told the story better than the fucking story told it.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, yeah, that's fair.
The music told its story better than
the music is
dialogue.
The music is the story. Yeah. The music is very much the story. Yeah.
God, I'm not gonna get into a tangent, but fuck, that game annoyed me. Not because it was a bad game, but because they were so focused on trying to be profound, they forgot to have a fucking point.
Nah, I don't know. Well, okay, yeah. They don't have a unique point of view, but like they just do it really well, execute it really well.
Yeah,
Tangent over. We can't get it near right now. Tweaks, we know we can't get it near right now. We'll be stuck. Because then we'll end up talking about Drakengard and we have to explain how the fuck that works. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
And then we get stuck in like Kingdom Hearts, and then Kingdom Hearts is light, and like light is darkness.
It's a
I love
rabbit hole.
Kingdom
We won't get into it.
Hearts.
I love Kingdom Hearts up to the second game. Without any of the.
I've never played any of them. I've never played any of them. I just know how like Aaron
Don't play them.
explains Kingdom Hearts. And this is his nobody.
Nope. Nothing. I'm not doing it. Nope. Stop it.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
What's Kingdom Hearts? Never heard of it.
So Elden Ring. Speaking of music and Elden Ring, real quick, like I mean, we've talked about this before, but I'm sure most of you know this already, but in case people don't know this, some of like among the themes that are played by the nomadic merchants who have the one instrument they play, which is like an erhu. Is it like an erhu? It's like an erhu. Sure, commit to that. Maybe it's not like an erhu. Who knows? But it's like an erhu. One of the themes that they play is a theme from a really important boss fight in Bloodborne. It's the same theme being played just as like a single instrument, like opus, I guess. It's really interesting because the boss fight that I'm referring to is Gehrman's boss fight, and the theme is the that
he
one.
has such a good line before that fight starts too.
Oh
Tonight,
man.
Gehrman joins the hunt.
Gehrman joins the hunt. Yeah. And it's so relevant to like I mean it's so perfectly relevant to like some of the cut content stuff in which has to do with the merchants and the sleep mist and the Saint Trina stuff from that was cut content. It ties up so well to like the themes of why Gehrman's music makes sense for the merchants to be playing because of the nature of the dream of Bloodborne. Anyway, like this is let's not get into this tangent. Tangent.
And basically the long and the short of it is the music of FromSoft's games is fucking stellar.
It's as good as their architecture chops. It's like
it is very much worth like a highly analytic views of it because it is designed to tell the story as much as everything else is.
Yeah, fully, I agree. Maybe I should sit down and just do that one day.
Well, and that's why, like, the opening theme of Elden Ring literally being the end boss theme.
Yeah.
Like,
it's amazing.
If that's not storytelling, then like, what the fuck
is? You know what? Like, honestly, for them to be like, for them to go from plin plin plon to plin plon, in Dark Souls, as well as Dark Souls 3, and then go to Elden Ring and like take one note out, is like by itself. That just by itself is storytelling. Just the idea of like Gwyn's theme being like clang clang clang, just those three notes. I'm not talking about the rest of the theme. I'm just talking about those three notes. And for that basic like harp tone, like that harp playing the same exact thing except like the middle thing is missing. It's just plin plun, like 5-1. Just that much is actually storytelling because like what Gwyn has done for the world to be in the stasis that it is, and like the nature of the linking of the fire, and when you meet what's it called, the Soul of Sindor, the nature of the world is that there's nothing missing. It's just that something has been linked to something else. Like the reason why the world is in this like eternal state is because everybody becomes this like Tithonus level like zombie, because the fire depends on like life force, right? Nothing's missing from the world of Dark Souls, but there is something vital missing from the world of Elden Ring. And the reason it doesn't have to do with the life force of somebody. It has to do with the idea that the concept does not exist. And just that much, like where themes go from one game to another, for one note to be missing, to be telling the same story about the final boss, is huge. That shit is huge to me. Like, they're literally telling the same story across all their games, and they're fully like they know what they're doing when they're doing those things, and I love them so much for it.
Yeah, Yeah,
Okay, cool.
there's so much to like. There's like, for me, I don't spend a huge amount of time in the lore communities of Elden Ring and stuff like that. Not because I have a disinterest in it or anything, but like, there's a level where, like, I kind of have my idea of the game, and I'm kind of content with that, and I move on to other stuff. But I fully understand why there's so much analysis of them, particularly like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Bloodborne, because there is truly so much to analyze without it being just like, okay, you're kind of just milking content at this point, like with music, with the storytelling of the structures, the way that certain characters will speak, and like, yeah, there's a ton to look at that isn't just kind of like making shit up.
And pray
Yeah.
for your success.
I'm sorry.
100%.
I feel attacked.
Am I attacking you?
I feel like I would know.
Val has a great question. Why do you think
don't
Mesmer and
Mesmer-
Radagon's themes feature each other?
Father and son, maybe. Yeah.
Father and son, but also
father and son, but also mother and son.
Mother and son. It's also the fact that both of them kind of reflect each other in the one like archetype thing of like being wedded to the moon, like a sun character who is like fire, a being of fire, a being who represents fire, who was in a union with someone who represented the moon. I'm just looking at like parallels.
Kind of. They're also effectively like tools or weaponry of America at one point or still are. The reason I say one point is because it's kind of like it's more or less implied that Radagon is no longer like being controlled by America. But Mesmer still very much is like loyal to what she wanted from him.
Yeah.
Like, he is still upholding his duties and whatnot, but like they both have that parallel where to America they were weapons to be used.
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility, but I definitely think it's supposed to. Anytime themes sort of. Okay, so for example, when it comes to Melania and Romina, they have their themes intertwined as well, and I think in that respect, it's in regards to Rot itself as an entity in the world, and so I think it's quite possible that the reason why and I know it's controversial, but I'm never going to give this up. I think the reason why this is happening is because I think Radagon is the god of the sun, and I think Mesmer is his son, and Mesmer's flame is in part the fell flame, and so the reason why it's linking them together is because yes, Mesmer is Radagon's son, but also that flame that unites them, in addition to their hair, is like the fell god flame. That's where it comes from. Because America, like, just like you guys were saying, like, she uses people as tools and stuff like that. She literally, every single enemy that she has, she ends up having a demigod with those abilities, or like with the essence of that enemy trapped inside of them. So, from the Hornsent, now she has 2 Hornsent children. From the Fell God, and which, by the way, it says that she slew the Fell God, but then if she slew the Fell God, then how is the flame still burning, and how is the giant still able to like sacrifice a limb to like do all that stuff and blah blah blah, blah. Yes, because she kept the giant there to tend the fire forever, blah blah blah. But I'm just saying, I think that the essence of those things, these gods cannot be killed. They can't. Gideon tells us repeatedly that a tarnished cannot kill a god, and I think it's because literally you can't, because what's going to happen is you can just redo the cycle again and again and again and again and again. The gods will never die. They can't die. Marika couldn't kill the gods. So in order to control them, she took aspects of herself out that she felt like she could control, her demigod quote-unquote children, and she stuffed her enemies inside of them. And that's why I think we're hearing those themes in relation not to specifically the characters when it comes to Melania and Ramina, but 100% the theme of rot. Yes, and the theme of like when we're fighting Radagon.
I like that.
Yeah, so that's what I think, but because it also
I agree.
marries like my past theories into that, so.
The only thing I would say that's slightly different between like using the theory that the theme is tied to the element that they're kind of representing is you know, when you're fighting Radagon, it's he's very much using fundamentalist. Like it's very fundamentalist in his throughout his fight, where you know Mesmer, it's like it is all fire.
I want to respond to something Val is saying. Val's saying that the use of the term "based" is very Nazi. I just want to be very clear that it did used to be Nazi. It really was. They were the ones who started saying it. But the left, for quite a while now, it's been years, the left co-opted it, just like they have several other things, in order to take away the dog whistle from the Nazis. So these days, everybody's saying based, because the right is saying it, the left is saying it, the Nazis are saying it, and so like all the normies in the middle who don't know what the fuck we're talking about just hear us say base when we think something's fucking awesome. So now they're saying it too. So
there's a term in etymology called phrasal irony, which has to do with when like someone says something which is like fucking dumb. Or someone who is someone you don't agree with. Let's just say someone who you don't agree with for like various reasons, says something in public, and it sort of percolates into like culture, and then you start saying it as a joke, ironically, but then as you keep saying it, it just becomes like part of like language.
Doing the thing now.
You're just doing the thing now. It's like I mean, I hate to say this. I hate to say this for you, but like for a lot of you guys, but like a lot of what Donald Trump says has so much like phrasal irony usage in like in the world, like fake news. There's so much other stuff that Donald Trump has said which has just become like normal to say. Just saying the word sad as a full sentence, that's Donald Trump.
I still roll my eyes at fake news. But like
no, yeah, that's fair, but like it is the fact that it's become common vocabulary. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh god. I had a thought.
Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry.
Oh, right. I have two thoughts. One was a tangential thought, or not tangential, was relative, basically, to what you just said, which is, I always say this to people, be wary of using irony as your primary source of as your primary sense of humor, because when you do something ironically enough, you're actually just doing the thing now.
Yeah.
You're actually just being fucking obnoxious now. And then the other thing I was going to say is that humans in general are a very sarcastic creature, and this isn't a new phenomena. Have you ever once used the term terrific to speak of something good.
Yes.
You go, oh man, that's terrific. Yeah, it didn't start as a positive thing.
Terrific?
It's an offshoot of terrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
terror. Yeah.
Yes. It's not supposed to mean something good, but
Yeah.
our, like, as a species, our vernacular is so based in using things ironically or sarcastically that we have just, like, that is so normal for us to do.
So tweaks that like fact that you just dropped about the word terrific. That's sick.
Yeah. That's sick. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
like,
you
know, like,
but like,
do that
okay,
shit
so
constantly.
so one of the fun ones, but this is like, that's the nature of like phrasal irony, where it sort of shows up and it becomes part of common like parlance without it having the implications of the obnoxious thing anymore. It just becomes normal. That's the whole idea with phrasal irony. Like, you are doing something ironically for a while, but phrasal irony implies that it sort of just becomes like the normal thing. One such thing actually is the word okay. Like, we say okay. But do you know where it comes from? Some of you might know this. This is like...
Oh, oh, fuck. I do know this, and I have forgotten.
So in the 1600s, I think it was like Boston journalists or something. Not 1600, it might have been like different times. 1860, I don't remember when. Sometime 60 was involved. The number 6 is involved in the year. Just trust me on that. Trust me that the number 6 is involved in the year. But like
somewhere in there. It might
like,
it might be the 1600s. It might be
1960. It might be 6 BC in Boston. so in 600 BC in Boston. What happened was so much like every now and then in the world, like there's like in the arts or in like a specific medium, there's like these like these like little sub movements that take place. Like in the early 1900s, this is real. There was like the Oulipo movement, where people would just put weird restrictions on themselves, like you can't use the letter N when you write a novel, or you can't use the word so when you write a full, like, you know, essay or something. That applied to like music theory stuff, like 12-tone serialism and axis theory and things like that, where you can't use diatonic harmony. You have to do like these alternate harmonic rule sets to make music
do that
stuff
all the time.
like,
I mean, I do that myself when I'm being creative with
it's a lot of fun. Like, I do the dice thing with my music now, so like that's also fun. Like, you put some weird rules on yourself. Now, something that happened in 6000 BC in Boston is so journalists
6000 AC.
Yeah, 6000. Yeah. So it was like happening, but it was happening like forward and backward at 50 hertz or 60 hertz, depending on where you are. So like it was both happening and not happening. It was like the shattering and the mending of the Elden Ring. Anyway, so damn, it's alternating current. Top Revo, explain the thing. So right, journalists were like, just for fun, just for jokes, because this is so fun. We're so quirky. We're so weird. They were like, we're gonna make a bunch of acronyms of like phrases in the real world, but the acronyms will be of like misspellings of those real words. And there were like a number of them. There was a whole bunch of them that would show up in these like essays and in these journals and in magazines. Not magazines, but like in the press. Like, people just have them.
It was used
and one
in
of
the
them,
general media at the time, yeah.
Yeah. And one of them was all correct, spelled OLKURICT or something like that. And that acronym is okay. Yep. And they did it as a joke. It was stupid. It was a stupid thing to do.
Because
then
all correct would be AC, but
yeah, exactly.
If you're spelling it correctly, it would be.
So well done, honestly, on saying like on saying 6000 AC. You were like so on the money on that. It was really funny. So yeah, like it was all correct.
Fuck,
and
good. Anyway.
So just want to kiss your dad right now. Anyway, so all correct. Or okay kind of was used as a joke for like a long time, but then people started saying it funnily, ironically, and then it just became normal. Phrasal irony.
Now people actually spell it out, it is a full-on word.
O-K-A-Y. It's full-on word now. Yeah.
O-K-A-Y to properly spell okay, even though it started out as a fucked up abbreviation.
Yeah.
I never noticed that Grace did that when you touched it. Like it branches out into like a little
tree.
Yeah, it makes a tree.
Yeah.
Makes a little
That
tree.
happens more prominently in Seamless Co-op. In the base game, it happens really, really quick. You can't see it.
Yeah, and it's like really, it's a more faded image. But yeah,
Little tree in it.
Again, long story short, we as a species use language in a very funny way and always have. It's the same thing as like when we look at, Joe was here, and we're like, wow, great writing on a wall there. And then like there's archaeologists looking at like old school shit from like literally like years before Christ, and it's literally Yolnir was here. But in a different language. It's like no, we have always been that stupid.
Like they're looking at the Rosetta Stone and they're like, I wonder what that means. And someone was like, penis. Sorry.
Like, that literally is just human nature to do shit like that. We've been doing it for thousands of years.
And why the hell should we
learn
not?
by playing. Sorry? Yeah, no, we fully should be.
Yeah.
Should we do what? Should we what?
No, this is not a bad thing. I mean, honestly...
What? I think we just missed what was said. Should be what?
Like, it's like being playful with like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think we learn by being playful.
In my chair, my chair basically screamed at me, so I didn't hear a fucking word anyone said. But yeah. Like, and that's the thing. Humans are a playful animal. We are. Like, there's a lot of cruelty that we do, granted, fuckloads of it, but we are a playful animal. Like, we do things just because it was funny.
Yeah, and you know what's so crazy? I think orcas and dolphins do that too. Did I show you guys that video of those dolphins like spooking that great white shark, and you can literally see them laughing their asses off. Like they're like, ha ha ha!
Look at that idiot!
Yeah.
That's literally like all intelligent animals play. They fuck around like that.
Yeah.
So
there's that one story of that one dolphin that was being studied in the 70s, which is
don't go into that.
You know what story? Let's not go there.
Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Gosh.
No. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's not safe to talk about right now.
Yeah, it's not a good story for a stream.
What happened?
But it is
now
funny.
I need to know.
It is.
Yeah,
funny,
you're gonna look at it. It's
not a
really
good story
funny.
for a stream. But yeah, like it's perfectly normal that, like, again, the crusty old fuckers, they're like, this writing penis on the wall. It's like, dude, we've been doing that for thousands of years. Like, go fuck yourself right into a hole. We, as an animal, like stupid fun. It's just, that is how we are fucking coded.
I fuck around without finding out.
Being playful, in short, being playful is based.
Yes.
But it's silly how we get this kind of self-aggrandizing idea of humanity, and it's like, no, we like stupid fun, and we have since long before your religion even existed, my friend.
Is it Paolo talking about monkey culture?
It is a species thing, not a fucking cultural evolution. we enjoy being idiots. And speaking as one, yeah, I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun being stupid.
It's so much fun. I think that explains why we're not fans of Mikola, because like we like him, we like him. But because I'm stupid, I think
morals. He's got good morals and good dreams, and I appreciate that. But I like being.
He's not silly. I'm literally just trying to.
I don't know. Have you seen that video that Scum always shares of Mikola? It's like literally Taylor Swift singing Mastermind, and it's hilarious.
It's pretty funny, but it's the animator who's hilarious. Meanwhile, Mikola, a child, shows up with his eyes
if the
closed,
animator
like
is
some,
correct.
Okay, Kate. Sure.
I feel like you just always want to disparage poor Mikola.
I feel like Mikola wouldn't tattle on you. Mikola would try to like be like, and do you see why that was wrong? Like it's like trying to like do the adult thing at you, but he's like the same age as you, and you're just like, fuck off, kid. And you just like whip him.
Mikola would be like, Mikola would very much always be like, he would always have the energy of like, these are not the droids you are looking for. You know, like, stop. Get away from me. And as a child, like, stop.
Yeah, okay? Like you're trying, like, you're in the lunchroom, and he's just...
Mikola's the kid in the Matrix who comes up to you with like, you know, there is no spoon. And you're like, fuck you. But, like...
There is a goddamn spoon.
There is a spoon.
He's not wrong. There is no spoon.
Mikola is obnoxious, isn't he?
There was no spoon. He wasn't wrong, but it was just like...
yeah, exactly.
Like, I appreciate...
Okay, Kim, why don't you save the day?
Yeah. You know what? You know fucking what? You take the spoon and throw it out the window, and then there could be no goddamn spoon, because as far as I see, there's a spoon.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the point he was getting at. The point he was getting at is that the Matrix isn't real, so you can
wait. If Neo leaves the Matrix and then goes back into the Matrix, does that make him a Bodhisattva?
Yeah. That's
say yes.
Honestly, shit, yeah. Damn.
Yes.
Neo is a Bodhisattva.
Yeah. That's valid.
Red rune or blue rune, O tarnished. Proceeds to take both runes.
He escapes Samsara to go right back into Samsara.
Yeah.
Camera pans back over to me with...
It's like perfect. It's a perfect one-to-one.
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of red rune, blue rune, straight up, I would take both. My eyes would both be looking in opposite directions. I'm drooling into the carpet. It just like looks back.
I mean, it's valid. To kind of take both the red rune and the blue rune, because like honestly, then you get to experience.
I need XP.
The mind awakens, but the body remains.
You get to experience the Matrix as a hydrogen electron, like the electron like orbiting a hydrogen atom, like in quantum superposition. You get to see everything in quantum superposition where the Matrix exists and doesn't exist at the same time. But only when but then like time doesn't exist in any way, because like you have to observe yourself or the world, which is, you know, the same thing. So you're like what is, you know?
True choice is...
You could do anything?
True choice is being able to have free will and also being able to delve into escapism.
Yeah. So, like, the real world plus games. Yeah.
Free will is a social construct and it doesn't exist.
Free will is, Free Willy is a film about...
Free will is actually short term for Free Willy, and it does
exist. It does exist. I can tell you, it does exist. And it's a glorious one, I
We've gone
think.
from genuine, thought-provoking conversation about Elden Ring lore and how it pertains to the real world.
Wow, the fuck this shit is!
And shifted into
Apollo,
shitposting.
shit! Apollo has the best. One sec. Apollo has the best comment. Greater Will is short for Greater Willy.
That's so
There you
funny.
go. Greater Will, Greater Willy.
Greater. I mean, yeah.
The Elden Beast is basically Greater Willy. He
Yeah, Greater
dives
Willy,
in
yeah.
and like goes up over it like he dives.
Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
The Elden Beast is Greater Willy. Guys,
Yeah.
we fucking figured it out.
We figured out
all
Elden
this
Ring.
time.
Superior Billiam.
We have it. We have the answers. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes, hey, I'm gonna say sometimes idiocy leads to brilliance.
Yeah.
It might have been unintentional, but it's no less genius.
Yeah. Sorry to derail this like perfectly wholesome conversation, but like I had a long day and and this idiocy makes sense to me right now.
To be fair, it wasn't even supposed to be wholesome. We're supposed to be talking about the depths of depravity.
Literally,
I mean, that's wholesome.
yeah, literally.
We're all tangential as fuck.
I think this stream had its moment, and we're coasting now. So like, it's good. We're good.
Yeah. We
But
have done
speaking
a
of
grand
which,
electric slide off topic.
yeah. But speaking of which, I have been streaming for a while, and David's gonna be home
4 hours.
soon, and I want to spend a little bit of time with him. So I think I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I know, super gay, super gay to be in a to be two queer people in a straight relationship. Yeah, so gay. But anyway, thank you guys so much for just having fun, just shooting the shit. Thank you for your critical thinking and your theories and the conversation and letting us all pick your minds on a stream. It's just so much fun. I really enjoy this, and I hope we can do it again really soon. And I will see you all very soon.
Another time.
Yeah.
Another day.
Bye, everybody.
Ta-ta!